this coalition is going to have to deliver, whatever shape and form it actually takes place. It will need to make clear the policy direction, which will impact in the investor and the market confidence. It's going to need to be a coalition that will put the country first, Stephen. We are in desperate need of a meritocracy within government. We are in a desperate need, of a capable state and a stable government, and that coalition is going to have to deliver that.
So, this is the risk of this sort of DA confidence and supply agreement where the DA is not in government but has, oversight positions, is that would still be vulnerable in some way. Any kind of big dispute, that would be the end of it.
It looks like it, but I think the majority party, being the ANC, is really going to have to think carefully about what they do, and who they bring onto the table, because obviously it looks like the ball is in their court. They're the ones who are probably going to be looking at who to bring to the party and what that relationship and principles that are going to underpin that relationship is actually going to look like. They've done a fairly decent job, in the sixth administration in terms of charting the path for the country. Stephen, they've committed to the reform agenda. They've committed to fiscal sustainability. They've committed to fiscal prudence. They've done the business government partnership. We have seen, a turn in energy and progress being made on that front. We have made good strides in as far as the ports and logistics are concerned. Crime and corruption is one of the other areas that we're looking at. So they are really going to have to make sure, that whatever the engagement looks like, it's an engagement that will then seek to take that work and that momentum and that progress forward. It's going to be tough. It's going to be quite tricky.
It seems obvious for me to say this, but Busisiwe, you may reject it. It would seem that you would prefer the DA and you would not like to see an MK or EFF coalition with the ANC.
Stephen, we don't have a preference in terms of...
Really?
We don't. But let me tell you what we would not like to see. What we would not like to see, is a coalition that is actually going to bring in policies of mass economic destruction. What we would not like to see is a coalition that is going to bring in nationalization or new taxes beyond what the narrow tax base can handle. What we'd like to see is a coalition that is going to bring in the policies of economic growth, policies that will bring in large-scale job creation and improved standards of living. What we'd also not like to see, it's actually been very difficult because we've seen this picture before, Stephen, in the local government sphere, and it has been very chaotic. And we're hoping that this coalition will not go in the same direction. We don't want to see a chaotic coalition. We don't want to see strained and ineffective decision making. We don't want to see disunity within the coalition. We don't want to see a coalition that is going to bring in a failure to implement even the most basic of services. Think about the city of Joburg, 8 mayors in 2 years. It has been absolutely, chaotic. And coalition can actually work. When you think at what has happened in other countries, look at what's happening in Italy, in Belgium, in Holland, in Germany, in Switzerland. It can work. You just need to make sure that you get partners that will be of the single-minded focus. You need to make sure that the coalition has a willingness to compromise in favor of the greater good. You need to make sure that you bring a coalition that is going to represent a diverse range of social interests and has an immense potential to enhance the quality of life for public policies. This can't be about politics or ideology. It has to be what is good for the country and what is good for South Africans. And that is the kind of coalition that business is willing to support and continue to back.
Do you worry that actually the Constitution only gives the politicians 14 days, so 14 days from around 6 o'clock on Sunday night, let's call it. So that's next weekend, things have to be sorted out. That they may not reach an agreement at all. There may be brinkmanship, there may be all sorts of things. There may be no certainty for quite a long period of time of what will happen. And even if they do reach an agreement around that period, we may not quite know what it's actually going to be like in government. Is that a concern for you?
It definitely is a concern, and I think that's why the markets are actually responding the way they are responding, Stephen, because they know, that coalitions in and of themselves are not easy. Even for the countries who have been in coalition governments for quite some time, we are entering into it for the first time, and what we've seen of it, so far has been a disaster. So I think that is precisely why there is that concern. So, but I think the polls have been telling us, Stephen, that we're going to be heading to a coalition government. I'll be surprised, if there hasn't been some groundwork done, that would have been done by these political parties in terms of even if they've not reached out to each other, but just having a conversation amongst themselves, to say if we were to be put in this position, because that is what planning is about, right? All the different scenarios. It would be tone deaf, for all these political parties to say that this was a surprise. We didn't see it coming. We all saw it coming. We knew very highly likely that this was going to be a coalition government. They should have put different scenarios in place and therefore made put solutions around, if it's scenario A, how to respond to it. If it's scenario B, and that's why I'm saying that now would be just to cement, whatever scenario, right, they would have painted, because this, where we find ourselves at the moment, would have been one of the likely scenarios that the ANC knew, was going to emerge, the DA knew was going to emerge, at least all the big five political parties as it were. So I think they should know what I'm thinking the ANC should know what portfolios they would be willing to give up, if that is what it means. And I think even if it's not to that level of detail, Stephen, but something along the lines of what principles would you like to set out, for going into these coalition negotiations? What would underpin it? What should be the characteristics of these coalition negotiations, and what would be the characteristics of the party that would actually want to go into bed with? Those basics should have been at least already agreed and ironed out, and now should be just to have a discussion and conclude it.
But Cecilia Mavuso, thanks very much indeed. Do appreciate it. And of course, as so often a strong view, she is the CEO of Business Leadership South Africa. There's a lot more negotiation now underway. We understand that the ANC is speaking to various parties. We don't yet know the outcome of those talks, of course, but one presumes that this time next week there will be more clarity in what is going to happen. Don't forget, of course, that some of these coalition negotiations will include discussions in the provinces as well. And that might well further complicate the issue. You're with SAfm, coming up now to 27 minutes after 7.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai, good morning. Nice for the Proteas, bad for Sri Lanka.
Yes, Proteas absolutely on fire, and it was a sorry sight for Sri Lanka, bowled out for just 77, their lowest T20 total. Now, I think this 6-wicket victory has really bolstered the team. Andrik Nokia, he took a career best T20 figures of 4 for 7, while Kagiso Rabada and Keshav Maharaj picked up 2 wickets apiece. The South African batters, they reached the target with 22 balls to spare. Now, action tonight will see Banyana play Senegal, kick-off at 7 p.m. Now, this match forms part of the national team's preparations for the 2024 Women's Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco. Coach Ellis says the team managed to acclimatise in the West African country due to their consistency in playing across Africa.
Look, I think we coped well with the weather in the first match, and playing at 5 p.m. Helped us. It's gotten a bit hotter since then, but I think being here a few days extra has really helped us. I think the weather might be similar, but I think even though a lot of them are from Senegal, the Senegalese players, they also have to contend with playing in similar weather. I think playing on the continent in different climates, in different weathers has helped us adapt better. And I think we adapted really well. There was a water break, and we're hoping there'll be water breaks again, and that also really helps when you're trying to get some tactical information across.
That was Coach Desiree Ellis on Sunrise. Now, more soccer. The Orlando Pirates goalkeeper Sipho China says it will take some time to absorb what has been an unforgettable campaign, both personally and for the club. The Buccaneers wrapped the season with a Nedbank Cup final win over rivals Mamelodi Sundowns in Nelspruit. And of course, he believes the Cup double, including the MTN 8, has met most of the expectations.
A good season overall, and for everyone at Orlando Pirates, I think we strive to be the best that we can. We strive to be the best club that we can, and we had goals and ambitions for this season. I think we could do more, but in the end, I think it's the same outcome as last season.
We go to Italy now, where South Africa's Brad Binder topped the timesheets in MotoGP Test Day at the Mugello circuit. The teams learned little about the new upgrades for the rest of the season as heavy rain washed out most of the day. The Red Bull KTM factory racing rider Binder clocked 1 minute 47.617 in the best lap of the few he could complete, and that was 0.03 of a second quicker than Spain's Pedro Acosta of Red Bull. Italy's Luca Marini of the Repsol Honda team got in the most laps, 39, and he was the third fastest, 1.434 seconds behind Binder, with Jack Miller of Australia fourth. And finally, tennis defending champion Novak Djokovic showed his supreme powers of recovery once again to come through a 5-set marathon against Francisco Cerundolo and reach the French Open quarterfinals. Serbia's Djokovic looked hampered by injury after winning 6-1, 5-7, 3-6, 7-5, 6-3 against the 23rd seed Cerundolo. Here's Djokovic.
Got the medications, and then after the third set was done, I asked for more, and that was the maximum dose that kicked in, as I heard now from doctor, after 30 to 45 minutes, which was just about the time, kind of end of the fourth, when things started to really improve for me. I started to feel less limitations in my movement, and basically the whole fifth set was almost without any pain.
More sport, top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
Zai, thanks very much indeed. All right, more to come on the situation around this possible tornado. You're with SAfm leading the conversation at 7:30.
Good morning. In the headlines, authorities in KwaZulu-Natal have confirmed floods in the province have killed 5 people, including a child. They say strong winds and heavy rain led to the floods that have damaged formal and informal houses in the eThekwini municipality. Over 200 mine workers have embarked on a sit-in at Sibanye-Stillwater Water's Kwezi shaft in Rustenburg in the northwest. The mine workers' action is in protest of the company's proposed share ownership scheme for Kroondal employees. And the rand has reversed losses and is trading higher against the greenback. This follows 4 straight sessions of declines to 1-month lows amid hopes of a business-friendly coalition developing in the wake of the ANC's election results. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. A reminder of a big crash scene blocking off the N3 just north of Heidelberg this morning. If you're on your way into Joburg, up the N3, just past the 550, the Alberton road exit, if you like, that's where the crash is. The road is closed, so motorists being diverted off the N3 and shipped up the R103. There will be some additional travel time required there. Staying in Joburg, crash on the Mike 1 around Oxford Road, Houghton Drive territory. Very heavy both ways. Big queues coming from Melrose into work in central Joburg, and pretty heavy from Boysons and M2 through central Joburg into that Mike 1 and northbound up towards that scene as well. If you can avoid the Mike 1 into that Parktown area both ways, would be a good result. Durban's Phoenix area really battling. Phoenix Highway, a crime scene earlier this morning. That is closed. Police have closed that exit from Phoenix out through Trade Centre. So big backlogs going the other way, if you like, down the bottom end of the Phoenix Highway out towards the R102. It's a real big mess of traffic in the Phoenix region this morning. We're also watching just generally heavy traffic in Cape Town. All your highways are fully loaded this morning and lengthy delays. Give you an example, the N1 queues from R300 in Brackenfell all the way through to the elevated freeway. No gaps in that traffic. All the rest of the highways are pretty heavily backed as well. Make sure you've got plenty of time to get through it. Flooding at 35th Avenue causing big delays into that Bishop Lavis area as well. That'd be a good one to avoid. And the other story we're keeping a big eye on, this is important, is down at Quebecer in the Eastern Cape. The N2 inbound closed this morning. Basically, the sea wall that supports the seafront is now lying on top of the sort of N2 southbound rocks and debris. debris and mud and sand. It's a mess from John Talent through towards Settlers Way. That section of the N2 closed. Terrific pressure as you deal with the diversion routes on routes to the north. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
The business update on SAfm.
Ntaling Lechela, morning again. How are the markets?
Now, kicking things off in Asia, those stocks mostly in negative territory, cooling from recent gains as investors awaited more cues on interest rates this week. With that, we're seeing the Japanese Nikkei down 0.27%, while China's Shanghai Composite is flat, losing 0.08%. In Wall Street, futures are flat just over the green light. We are seeing some caution from traders ahead of the U.S. non-farm payrolls that will give us some insights on how the labor market on that front is faring. Back at home, stocks pretty upbeat as the election-fueled volatility starts to somewhat subside and as investors eye local GDP numbers being released today. The all share ended Monday up 1.3%, and the rand retraced some of its losses as the dollar softened. It's currently sitting at 18.56 to the greenback.
And then Shell losing an appeal over the Wild Coast exploration ambitions is a big story.
It is. Now, it's been hit with another blow. That's as Shell and its local partner, Impact Oil and Gas, lost their appeal over exploration rights on the Wild Coast. Now, the Supreme Court of Appeal dismissed the majority of the company's and Energy Minister Gwede Mantashe's appeal bids, upholding a previous court ruling that deemed Shell's exploration rights off the Wild Coast as unlawful. Now, that court found that Shell and its partner had not really engaged with the local fishing communities who depend on the marine environment for their livelihoods. The outcome of the appeal case risks flushing more than 1 billion rand in investment from both companies. And despite the ruling, the court allowed for the possibility of renewing the exploration right, provided a proper public consultation process involving the affected communities takes place. So it doesn't seem like all is lost, Stephen.
And then SAA hit with a fine from US authorities.
Now, SAA, one of the three players in the airline industry that have been fined by U.S. authorities. The fine amounts to $2.5 million against SAA, Germany's Lufthansa, and Air France unit KLM Royal Dutch Airways. The penalties were for significant delays in providing more than $900 million in refunds owed to passengers due to flights disrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic. When asked, the airlines pointed to the macroeconomic conditions, saying that sometimes they couldn't keep up with all the refunds after flights were cancelled due to the direct impact it would have on its bottom line. SAA in particular struggling to survive, Stephen, and it had more than 400 complaints that it failed to make timely refunds on. The airline was on the verge of being liquidated, as we know, before it entered a form of bankruptcy protection in 2019, and its finances worsened as the pandemic restricted air travel and depleted its already minimal cash flow.
Ntaling, thank you. Ntaling Lechela. More, of course, from her tomorrow. More business news through the day here on SAfm, 24 minutes to 8.
Call us on 086 000 2032.
Let's start in Phoenix. Amin, hi, good morning. The issue of violence and threats, go for it.
Good morning, sir, and good morning to the listeners. I am in Phoenix. I work in Phoenix. We have a poverty aid program, so we speak on certain matters on authority and experience.
Sure.
Stephen, Phoenix lacks leadership at a political level, at a business level, at a civil society level. And it is really disheartening to know that in times like these, especially after the events of 2021, the unrest of 2021, we have now pop-ups claiming to do things. If there are efforts regarding racial tensions and disturbances, if there are efforts for racial unity, then we need a validation on that. It is really foolhardy to have a once-off event, for example, June 16, on cross-border unity. When within Phoenix, and I'm speaking on experience on this, within Phoenix, we have these tensions amongst the Indian and the African counterparts. I still hear sentiments as late as 2 weeks ago. So what needs to be done within Phoenix? It is, of course, laudable, if any, if such efforts are taking place. But there's no proof of such.
Yeah, can different things be happening in different parts of Phoenix?
Yes, most definitely. It's a wide area and it's quite disintegrated and integrated at the same time. Is that if we're going to let's start in the schools, because we have a huge amount of our African people coming in, our African students coming into Phoenix schools. Let's at least integrate something in the school hours in terms of the democracy, or understanding of the democracy. But most ever, Stephen, is that it's important we have these claims, these rhetorics that's going around, that we have validation of it. As a person that works in the communities on a feeding program, especially amongst our people in Phoenix, I would have known of such an effort. It's strange to me that something like that.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's a lot to it. And I mean, I think also, you need a kind of, I hate this phrase, a whole of society effort, because what that means is that no one ever has to do anything, because there's no proper accountability. But it requires a lot of work by a lot of people. And that's really the issue.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you. It must be a collective effort for collective benefit. Totally agree. But it's strange enough that when we have matters and we start to have reactions, as opposed to initiations and responses, we have reactions like pop-ups claiming to be doing things. All the while, that's not the case. And thank you for giving me the opportunity for being an active citizen.
No, sure. Amin on the line from Phoenix. All right, thank you. I mean, obviously that area, people are watching the situation very closely. Nicholas and Howick, hi, the elections.
Hi, Stephen, how are you?
I'm well, Nicholas, go for it.
I'm very fine, my man. There is a lot that is going on in South Africa at the moment. We have elected political parties because we trust the leadership.
Yeah.
Now it's on the hands of the leadership to form a government with any party. So now we, the voters, we have given power to the leader, to the political leader. Now we should just get the fruit of what we chose. So now people must calm down. Whether ANC do collision with the DAs, it starts with EFF and K. It does not matter. Now, elections have happened. It has passed. Life must go on. There is no need to start riots or to start things that are unnecessary, that are going to cost us, people in the ground again. The rumors that we hear about in KZN, the possible things that can happen in KZN, those things are uncalled. We don't need that. We have saw what happened in the past. We were the one that were struggling. We couldn't go out and get the piece of bread, sugar, just small things, We don't want to go back there.
All right. No, Nicholas, I hear you. Thank you on the line from Howick, and a passionate appeal for peace there. Thank you. To Lydenburg, another part of the country. Rex, hi. You want to talk about respecting people's culture. Good morning.
Yeah, Ori, my brother Ori spoke about it in Polokwane yesterday.
Yes.
And I think, to cut a long story short, the DA must get out of the little ivory tower. They must go into the black communities and they must ask black people why they did not vote for a party that can deliver on jobs, deliver on services, deliver everything. So on paper, the DA should have won this election. But they're sitting with 22% of the vote, and the DA just doesn't get it. They sit there and they malign Malema, they malign Ramaphosa, the ANC, EFF. So the average black voter is listening to this. Well, what does he hear? He sees white people maligning black people. Of course he's not going to vote for the DA. And this 22% business is just not good enough. If the DA doesn't get this right, they will become irrelevant in African politics. They just don't understand it and they don't listen.
All right,
they must listen to black women. Go there and ask black people why they didn't vote for them. Because they've got 2 years to fix it.
I mean, it's about listening, it's about tone, it's about many things in your view.
Yeah.
All right. No, Rex and Lydenburg.
They can fix it. They can fix it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Rex and Lydenburg, thank you. And this was started by Ari, who phoned us yesterday, also from Polokwane. He said, from Limpopo. He said that this was the problem, and he spoke particularly about one culture, he said, where it was just considered rude to walk into a room and criticize and order people around. And in fact, Alex Mashilo, who is the spokesperson from the SACP, phoned in and agreed. He said that was a problem. So, Rex, just taking on that conversation. Thank you. Siyabonga Netekwini. Siyabonga, hi, the elections.
Stephen, it's nice that we're speaking again. I think we have this discussion a few days before the election.
Yes, I remember, yes.
When I predicted that the ANC will suffer hugely, especially in KZN, through the posture that they've taken against the monarch.
Yeah.
But I think it went further than that. I think they reached a level that no one predicted.
Yeah, it was a surprise.
But but they suffered the most. They suffered the most from one of their own.
Yeah.
The former president. I think, Stephen, they have to think long and hard about this. When everyone was warning them about the former president, whatever that he has done in the past, his track record. They protected him. They made him their god in KZN. And they did not, no one had foresight among the leadership that if people make this person a demigod, and this person is not behaving well within an organization, there's a time when he will do things that will harm the organization from inside, because it's a war. It was waged inside the party, and they couldn't manage it. But Stephen, I want to congratulate them on one thing, that even when they lose elections, they don't threaten any violence. They accept the outcome, and they are saying they are willing to protect the democracy that they fought so hard for. I think that we must give them credit for.
No, sure. I think that's a very strong point, Siyabonga. Absolutely. And it's almost got lost, actually, hasn't it? Because so many other things are going on. All right. Siyabonga, thank you, Siyabonga. We are going to have to move on. I appreciate that from eThekwini. You're there, SAfm. It's 7:45.
When my son was accepted for national championships, I wasn't prepared for the costs. Then I remembered that Cash Converters has a 30-day cash advance loan. Just go to your nearest Cash Converters store with your jewelry, electronics, tech, or something valuable. They'll keep it safe for you, and you'll walk out with the cash you need. This loan made it possible for my son's dreams to come true. Now I'm a proud mom of a champion. Cash Converters. We buy, we sell, we loan cash.
The clock is on a downhill towards the world's most prestigious games, with a wide variety of exhilarating action such as aquatics, athletics, gymnastics, boxing, breakdancing, football, and many more. The 6th of June marks 50 days to the Olympics. The world's elite athletes are all eyeing a podium finish. Hashtag the global battle of great athletes. Experience the Olympic Games Paris 2024 from Friday 26 July until Sunday 11 August. Live on SABC TV channels and SABC radio stations. SABC Sport is the official broadcaster of the Olympic Games Paris 2024. For the love of the game.
SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide.
Well, 14 minutes now to 8 the time, and various organizations looking at the kind of government that we're likely to get after the coalition negotiations end, and really trying to put their point across, and you can understand why they would do this during this moment. And the organization SA Harvest saying whoever comes into power, however it works, needs to really deal with the issue of hunger. It's a very scary moment in a way for so many people. Alan Browdy is the CEO and founder at SA Harvest. Alan, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me on the show.
We know that almost 1/3 of our children, so around 27%, 1/3 of our children are not getting enough food. What kind of policies would work to fix that?
Well, may I just correct that? 27% of our children from 0 to 5 are stunted and suffer from wasting. Many millions of children are suffering hunger. In fact, 20 million people, South Africans, are on a spectrum of severe food vulnerability, ranging from running out of food, money for food each month, to going to sleep hungry every night. So what we are facing is a catastrophic position in South Africa, with it being an existential threat, with so many young people not being able to become productive parts of the economy.
Go on. Are there particular policies that would fix that?
Well, yeah, there are. There are many, but just to give a little bit of historical background, it was very interesting in terms of the discussions of the coalition. I mean, historically, the ANC, when they came into power, pulled out of any involvement in the food chain. And there were reasons for this. The big benefactors of the ANC at the time said that the market must rule. And when they did that, the market did rule. And, you know, when the market rules, the rich get richer and the weak get weaker. And that's what happened. The retailers became very powerful. put downward pressure on the prices. And what happened was basically the obliteration of small farmers. Now, it's very interesting to me that the discussion with the DA and the ANC, what they're talking about is the ANC wanting to control more of the economy, while the DA are more interested, in letting the free market run. And the ANC, while wanting to control, one of the things they didn't at all control was the food ecosystem. And that's why we have the problems that we have. So what can they do? Number one, the new government must have a look at having a ministry taking care of food. At the moment, there are three ministries. There's fisheries, there's health, there's agriculture, all responsible for food and feeding our people. Now, these ministries can't really get it together within themselves, never mind run food as a joint effort. So the number one thing we believe is that they must create a ministry of food. They've done that.
Okay, sorry, Alan, I don't want to misunderstand you, because what you're suggesting is that there would need to be a lot more government intervention in the market. But the market does also lead to cheaper food prices. The problem really is the lack of income on the other side. And in other words, that people don't get enough money. And it would probably be easier to provide a basic income grant to increase the child support grant than to do what you're suggesting. Because every intervention in food prices around the world has led to unintended consequences. You need to be very careful about it.
No, absolutely. I mean, there's not just one issue here. But if we're not having in government, we're not having intervention, having some consolidated instrument that looks after how food is distributed, what the prices of food are, I don't think you're right that it creates cheaper food. In the end of the day, when we leave it totally, and we have a sort of neoliberal capitalist approach to this, you go to the supermarkets, they're selling eventually to the consumer on about the fifth or sixth margin. And that should never be happening without any sort of price control, any assistance to small communal farmers. I mean, there's a hell of a lot that the government can do. Obviously, this is the solutions that are required are many, and they have to be integrated. So I think that we need that Ministry of Food urgently, but they have to get involved. I mean, the irony at the time was that no matter how absolutely and completely evil they were, the apartheid government had a system which worked in terms of the price control and the distribution of food and the protection of small farmers. They had a system. And the ANC didn't want to use that, not only because of the benefactors, but because it was, it had, been a method of the apartheid government, and they threw the baby out of the bathwater. So yes, we believe there should be a Ministry of Food and intervention. You can't have a pure capitalist system when it comes to food in a developing country. We have to have a type of mixed economy approach.
Alan Browdy.
But let me...
Sorry, Alan, very quickly, please. We've got 10 seconds left. So would a basic income grant help?
No, absolutely. There are basic income grants, but they're too low. They're too low. And in the end of the day, we have to look at that too. What basic income grant would actually help people get enough food? Because it's not happening now.
Alan Browdy, thank you. CEO and founder at SA Harvest.
SAfm. Guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. If you're just joining us, a reminder to avoid Eastern Cape high ground passes. Snowing currently at Barclay Pass, that is closed. Snow at Penhook Pass between Mallywell North and Queenstown along the N6. You don't want to get caught in that. Luttsburg, Middelburg through to Graafrenet is also with some snow, and it's pretty much guaranteed that any highland pass in the Eastern Cape will have snow this morning. Any plans to travel this morning should be delayed until a better picture emerges or later on this afternoon. once that snow's had a chance, hopefully, to melt away. Other hotspots, a breakdown at New Road on the M1 South. It's actually between New Road and Allendale, so heavy backlogs coming through from Centurion today. Crash on the Mike 1 around Oxford Road in Parktown, very heavy both directions. Phoenix remains under pressure just north of Durban. The Phoenix Highway exit to Trade Centre remains closed, so motorists just caught in really crazy traffic sort of diverting onto alternative routes in the Phoenix area. Cape Town, 35th Avenue underwater at Bishop Lavis, so that's heavy. And a couple of traffic lights out in the rain coming through from the Brackenfell and Kales Riverside. Strand at Bill Besaidnote and Old Powell at Bill Besaidnote. Both of those routes are heavily backlogged through Stickland, Brackenfell in towards the Belleville area. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
First in the morning, SAfm Sunrise with Stephen Grootes.
7 minutes to 8. We'll report yesterday of some kind of weather system that may have been a tornado in Otongati in the KwaZulu-Natal north coast, did cause extensive damage. Lehlogonolo Tobela is a meteorologist at the South African Weather Services. Lehlogonolo, good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. What do we actually know about this weather event yesterday?
So I'll start from the weekend. The weekend we had a cold front that started over the southwestern parts and which then made landfall and dropped most of the temperatures over the southern and the eastern parts of the country. Now behind this cold front, there was a system called a cut-off low system, which is an upper air system which results in dynamic weather and extreme weather events, especially over the central and the eastern parts of the country, which then resulted in an unstable environment for KwaZulu-Natal, as well as places in the eastern half, which would include parts of Free State. And at the earlier stage, it was also including Gauteng. Now, these conditions then resulted in some severe thunderstorm warnings that were sent out, especially for the central and the western parts of KwaZulu-Natal, which we were expecting some hail, heavy rain, which might also lead to flooding, as well as a possibility of strong and damaging winds. As the system then progressed over the central parts, we then saw some squall lines, which is a line of thunderstorms that developed over the west of KwaZulu-Natal, was moving east, which then resulted in some shearing, and with the shearing then resulted in a change in wind direction. And then as a result, the funnel cloud then developed from these systems, or rather the thunderstorms, and then over the land, as much as the funnel cloud then moved over land and then became a tornado. The tornado struck over the areas over Newcastle, went over to Tongati and areas around Palito.
So you can confirm at this stage it was a tornado. I know there's a scientific definition of such a thing.
Yes, as I've explained. So in science, what makes a tornado is when you have that funnel cloud extending from the cloud upstairs, or rather, which is upper air in the air. Once it reaches the ground with it swirling how it swirls and moves in a rotational manner, it is then referred to a tornado once it reaches the ground.
Okay, could we see more weather events like this in KwaZulu-Natal? I don't mean in the short term, but we saw the intense flooding 2 years ago. We saw more flooding twice over Christmas. I mean, we seem to have a lot more weather like this in KZN.
Now, with the topographical areas that are around the area, we're yet to see much more of the extreme weather, especially if we're still then affected by the conditions of the El Nino. So El Nino then, yes, decreases the number of rain, or rather an abnormal number of rainfall in an area, especially the central, the eastern parts of the country. However, what happens with El Nino then also increases the number of weather extremes in the eastern half, which now was later. I mean, this is quite an unusual phenomena. If you think of it's winter, you shouldn't be getting severe thunderstorms. But with a cut-off low weather system like this, it's uncommon that the system brings these storms. So what we've noticed and what we know in meteorology is that when we have a cut-off low system like that over the central parts and spreading over to the eastern areas, it's yet to bring about severe thunderstorms. And part of the severity of the storms is to produce such conditions like a tornado.
Could we, so I mean, if you go to the United States, you see extreme weather, cyclones and things like that. I mean, could we, could they start to move further south? Could we have more kind of weather like that, or will it just never happen?
Weather like what, tropical cyclones?
Yeah.
No, we do have such conditions. I mean, if you recall, we had tropical cyclone Dinoa in the past years. We do get influence. It's just a matter of where the system develops. So in summer, it's when we see tropical weather occurring over the northern and central parts of the country. It's not only limited to tropical cyclones. We have other systems like the continental tropical low and any other upper trough that might result in these systems. So no, we yet to have, maybe the impact might not be the same as how you'd see in other places in the world. However, we do have these systems. Sometimes on most of the areas, the tropical cyclones end up in Madagascar and then they lose their energy to come and pull through to South Africa. But once it gets to the Mozambique Channel, it sometimes rejuvenates and then gets more energy to affect coastal areas, especially along the east coast of KwaZulu-Natal and all the way to the Eastern Cape Province.
Thank you so much. Meteorologist at the South African Weather Services. 2 minutes to 8.
At SAfm Radio and at Stephen Grootes on Twitter.
Richard's on the line from Gqeberha. Richard, hi, good morning. Coalitions, how are you feeling about it?
Stephen, good morning. Good morning to you. No, we are in the coalition phase. There's no doubt about it. But I wonder, Steve, there's something I'm missing. Have you seen business standing in a queue to go and vote? Was there somebody called business in our queues to vote? Why is the view of business now disenfranchising seemingly the greater population?
Well, you heard from SAFTU yesterday. We tried to get Kasatu as well. They didn't make the interview. But, I mean, Labour's also allowed a view. What's good for one is surely good for the other?
But no, the view, we should be taking it from the leaderboard or the results. The greater population has voted for the parties in the left. Mm-hmm. ANC, MK, EFF, PAC, all sorts of parties. They're making 66%.
So, Richard, I've been thinking about this because you're not the first person to bring this up, and other people in other conversations I've had. I don't know if you remember what happened to the British Prime Minister Liz Truss, right? And she produced a budget that was very right-wing. And the markets basically forced her out, because what happened is the pound got very weak. It lost a lot of value. There was pressure. I remember Goldman Sachs, and look, I mean, I don't support business or Goldman Sachs or anyone, but they basically said, this is irrational. This makes no sense. People in Britain started talking about, when it came to the value of their currency, a moron premium. I mean, how rude is that the government was making stupid decisions? And that forced a conservative prime minister out of power in Britain.
In the shortest period of time.
Yes. So my point is just that the markets are not something you can ignore, is my point.
No, markets are not to be ignored, but there's emphasis on the view of business without us looking into where we are in South Africa and what the majority of South Africans want. And we simply should be saying, therefore, those that are poor should not be going to vote. Yeah. We will make decisions on their behalf, because if we are not happy, we will dissolve that government. If we are not happy, we will not support that government. And what is that?
No, sure. I mean, there are all sorts of problems, and it's a reminder of our racialized inequality as well, isn't it?
It is. Yes, yeah. It is. And I'm happy that we are able, the poorer part of our society is able to come through in discussions like this, just to send a message to business that we can see you failed in your support and creation of smaller parties. You are now trying to come through a back door. It will be a shame for the ANC if they can listen to this and go into coalition with the DA. Let the DA stay firmly on the opposition, and population has decided like that.
All right. No, Richard, strong view. Thank you. An informed view. I appreciate it. On the line from Gqeberha, you were with SAfm leading the conversation, 8 o'clock.
In our top stories, death toll in KwaZulu-Natal floods rises to 7 and the rand strengthens against the US dollar. Good morning. Authorities in KwaZulu-Natal have confirmed floods in the province have killed 7 people, including a child. They say strong winds and heavy rain have led to the floods that have damaged formal and informal houses in the eThekwini municipality. Areas such as Tongaat and Verulam have been particularly hard hit. Red Cross Provincial Manager in KZN, Siyabonga Hlatswayo.
Well, the damage is quite serious. Just as you are driving approaching the area, you could just see the damage. People's homes damaged. The roofs are all over. Thousands of people are actually left homeless. And also, there's quite a lot of people that are quite traumatized and affected by this tornado that was experienced yesterday.
Over 200 mine workers have embarked on a sit-in at Sibanya Stillwater's Kwezi shaft in Rustenburg in the northwest. The mine workers' action is in protest of the company's proposed share ownership scheme for Kroondal employees. However, in a statement to employees, mine management stressed that discussions are continuing between the company and unions regarding the details of the proposed scheme. Management also says the proposal has not yet been implemented because the acquisition of Anglo Platinum's 50% share in the Kroondal pool and share agreement transaction has not been concluded. The rand has reversed losses and is trading higher against the greenback. This follows 4 straight sessions of declines to 1-month lows. This improvement comes amid hopes of a business-friendly coalition forming in the wake of the ANC losing its outright majority in the elections. Investors believe a more responsible and productive alliance would be between the ANC and the Democratic Alliance. Expectations of higher interest rates for extended periods continue to strengthen the local currency in the interim. The rand is currently trading at 18.55 to the US dollar. The AmaZulu King Misizulu Kazwelithini says he is confident all political parties will play an active part in promoting peace and stability in the country. He applauded the Electoral Commission for ensuring free and fair elections. This is despite some political parties, including the MK, led by former President Jacob Zuma, expressing dissatisfaction with the outcome of the elections. Political parties have started discussions on the formation of coalitions because there's no outright winner. Thulasizwe Buthelezi is the Zulu monarch's traditional prime minister.
His Majesty calls upon law enforcement agencies to deal firmly with those who seek to cause instability and mayhem in the aftermath of the election results. His Majesty has instructed all Izinduna in hostels around Gauteng and Durban to report any attempts aimed at instigating violence, instability and lawlessness.
Further field votes are being counted in India after the country's mammoth general elections, which concluded on Saturday. Early trends show the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's BJP-led alliance leading in more than 200 seats and the opposition alliance heading around 140 seats. The BBC's Samira Hussain reports.
Narendra Modi came into this election with many analysts expecting his right-wing Hindu nationalist BJP to win a clear majority. His main rival, the leader of the Indian National Congress, Rahul Gandhi, created a coalition of more than 24 different political parties to counter Mr. Modi's enduring popularity. Exit polls suggest Mr. Modi will keep his job as Prime Minister, but it remains to be seen still just how many seats the BJP will win. The results of these elections are expected later this morning.
Recapping the top story, authorities in KwaZulu-Natal have confirmed floods in the province have killed 7 people, including a child. They say strong winds and heavy rain have led to the floods that have damaged formal and informal houses in the eThekwini municipality. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
A very good morning to you. In your SFM sports headlines, it's soccer. The Bafana coach Hugo Bruges concerned about the team's performance, and that's to Mamelodi Sundowns' grueling schedule. He says this ahead of their match against Nigeria. And more soccer action. Banyana to face Senegal tonight, aiming to convert their chances and secure a win. We'll bring you the details just before 8:30.
SAfm. Guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Heavy on the M1 between Pretoria and Joburg this morning, with the breakdown between New Road and Allendale, pushing traffic all the way back to Brockfontein. Those routes that feed into the highway, like New Road and Olifantsfontein, heavily backlogging as well. Crash delays into Parktown, the Mike 1 north from Gold Reef City, the Mike 1 south from Sandton, Melrose. Very heavy backlogs down towards sort of Houghton Drive, Oxford Road territory this morning. Durban, the Phoenix Highway exit to Trade Centre remains closed, so motorists having to loop along in a big queue of traffic on the bottom end of the Phoenix Highway out towards the R1 102. Rain across Cape Town, everything still wet and very, very slow. If you've got a trip to make it to Cape Town this morning, make sure you've got plenty of time to get through safely and just get through the traffic. Everything really is jam-packed, including some flooding on Baden-Powell Drive, so heading towards Muizenberg from Strandfontein. That is quite heavy. And the N2 into Gqeberha remaining closed. John Talon through to the M4. The southbound side is closed only, and that's due to sea debris, which is washed up in storm surges and is now lying on top of that N2 southbound. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
SAfm Sunrise. A vivid start to your day.
8 after 8, good morning. You're with SAfm Sunrise. I'm Stephen Grootes. Really appreciate the time. Really appreciate that you're with us this morning. So much to come. Try and get an update for you on the situation regarding the flooding in the Eastern Cape. Gqeberha, I think East London also, all sorts of issues there. The latest on coalitions and just sort of watching that. A bit more on food and the sort of twin problem that we have. They run together, which is sort of hunger and obesity, and how it is that we have this apparent contradiction. So we'll look at that. Good to hear from you this morning. 086 000 2032. I think there's a lot to talk about with these coalitions, and so we'll continue that conversation. Your mediated conversation from 8:30 as well this morning is also around the issue of cell phones and children in school, and there have been so many issues around this. We'll have that conversation. You're with SAfm 9 after 8.
Get up to 10.75% per annum with an 18-month ABSA Dynamic Fixed Deposit account, which allows you to build your financial future. Plus, you'll earn an additional interest rate if you join ABSA Rewards. Join tens of thousands of South Africans who've already taken advantage of this account's flexibility. Open yours now on our banking app or absa.co.za to maximize returns. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Conversations that you connect with and react to. SAfm.
9 minutes after 8. Paul's on the line from Stellenbosch. Paul, you heard that conversation with Alan Browdy from SA Harvest about food, and he was suggesting that government should intervene more. There should be a Ministry of Food. How do you see it?
Hi, Stephen. Thanks for taking my call. Stephen, I agree in principle with Alan. I've spoken to him in the past. I've done a lot of work with colleagues on affordable housing and urban development, and he's right about you need a compendium of interventions because you need not just food, you need housing, and you need jobs, which is the point you made actually, so people have more money in their pocket. But the point I'd like to make, well, there are four areas where I think intervention is quite critical, and I agree fully with him that liberalism of both the ANC and the DA, at the end of the day, there's not much to choose between them, believe it or not, avoids that, okay? First of all, protectionism has historically been the route that the developed capitalist countries, particularly the US and Germany, have taken. Secondly, before 1913, we had a phenomenon called public banks before the Federal Reserve was formed, and that kept the financing affordable. Thirdly, land. There needs to be some form of real expropriation. It's never done, even though it's possible as the law now stands. Community land trusts, which you find in the USA, interestingly enough. And then finally, and probably most important, local government has to play a role as a developer, a public developer. And I know from lots of consulting work I've done with local government that they don't. They simply are regulators or paper pushers. And that applies to the so-called well-run DA governments down here in the rest of the Cape, Stellenbosch, as much as it does to others.
Yeah, Paul, just move around if you can, because I really want to hear you, and we keep losing you on the line there. When you talk about, for example, the introduction of the Federal Reserve, what are you saying? Interest rates are the problem?
Interest rates on money is a big problem. There's literature in the US that shows that some of the prices, the average prices in that economy, I'm going back a few years, about a third of it is taken up by interest payments. Average prices across the economy to pay back debt, private debt that's profited on.
Paul, I mean, it's that kind of economics can get very messy very quickly, I suppose. I mean, I'm no expert on it, so let me just say that. The thing is, and let me just make the argument in favour of the free market for a moment. It's not necessarily my view.
Can I just ask, Stephen? Can I just ask you something? I've read a lot about that type of economics that you are marginalizing and trivializing as it can get funny, okay? You, by your own admission, haven't. Why even make a comment? I mean, how are we going to get this debate going if and it's the other examples where SAfm does this also, particularly around the health question during the lockdown. I mean, how do we get debate going in this country about crucial issues when our public broadcaster has people that are saying things like that? Sorry, I needed to say that.
No, I understand that, and it's your right to say it. I've no problem with that, Paul. Okay, so basically, when we talk about this, you know, in the end, are you going to suggest we go back to a gold standard? Is that what you would prefer to see?
Hang on. I'm talking about principles, okay? How you work this out and precisely what you do is something in government and in society that gets worked out in concrete terms. But we don't even have any parties. I know no political party that will stick on these principles.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Paul, look, I mean, there's a lot to debate here, and you know, I'm open for debate, as you know, but we can't give everything an equal airing because not everything.
Sure.
If someone says the sky is green, we can't really do that. But I hear your point, and I know there's a lot more to the food discussion.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Paul on the line from Stellenbosch. Unati in East London, business and the elections becoming a hot topic, I think. Unati, hi.
Yes, Kevin. And I think what is key with that question from Richard is to understand one, business is an organized formation, but as individuals, those people, they vote. But it takes me to the second question to ask, where do Rupert and what's his name, Mutsepe and Rob Hashoff vote? It would be great to see them as part, when all this coverage are taking place, because these are the people that are normally vocal.
Well, Patrice Motsepe gave money to the ANC, if I remember correctly. I don't know about Anton Rupert, but,
No, I'm talking about them casting votes. I think it would be, those are some of key figures in the country that it will be very interesting to see them when
you think Patrice Motsepe gave money to the ANC? His brother-in-law is the leader of the ANC, and he didn't vote for the ANC.
No, I'm saying, but just the coverage to see them when they are voting.
I see what you mean. In other words, you want to see a picture of them in the queue.
We don't hear much about them where they are casting their votes, if they do. Last one would be, I hope with the 7th administration, we would consider having a ministry that talks to maritime and shipping affairs in this country.
Oh, yes, interesting point. Yeah, Unati, thank you. I appreciate it. On the line from East London.
Agenda-setting conversations of the day.
Well, let's stay in the situation around East London. The number of displaced people there after the flooding moving to around 1,300. And that's after what happened over the weekend. Very difficult situation as a result of the heavy, heavy rain there. The mayor of Buffalo City, of the Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality, is Councillor Princess Faku. Madam Mayor, good morning and thank you for your time this morning.
Good morning, Stephen, and good morning to your listeners.
How bad has the damage been? How difficult is it?
The damage is so bad. The number has increased now. It's about 3,664 that we are getting from Job this morning. Informal settlement mainly that is highly affected, and then we have formal settlement houses. The report that we are currently getting, about 379 households have been affected, formal households. What we are doing currently in the municipality, we are working together with the Department of Social Development, Human Settlement, National and the province to look for alternative accommodation for the affected flood victims. We've put some in our community halls, some in municipal chalets in Buffalo City. But now we're planning for the future to identify pieces of land where we can give the flood victims temporary shelter.
Where are you able to give them shelter? I mean, are you able to look after everybody who needs a roof?
With the capacity that we're faced with, we can't. Hence, we request National Department of Human Settlement and Transport to come and assist us because our roads are highly affected, especially the Kunubi area, town, the coastal area, also Mkantane. Our bridges are damaged. We've got serious challenges with our storm water. So we've requested National now to come down and assist us, because as the municipality are a bit overwhelmed with the numbers that are increasing every day.
Do you need help from outside organizations, Gift of the Givers, and people like this?
Gift of the Givers has been with us since day one, 6 a.m. when the rain started. We're in Johnson Village. They've been a great help to us in the city, and we really want to thank the Gift of the Givers, the provincial coordinator, Ms. Karina Korande, who's been helping us a lot in the city. The Department of Social Development has been providing meals in community halls. We have even entities of government that are writing to us, Transnet has written to us wanting to support, but we want to call out to the residents of Buffalo City. If you have old clothes, if you want to donate, please go to our disaster center in Buffalo City. It's there at the fire station in town. You can go and donate blankets and anything, but we have also written to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints to assist us, because normally they assist us. We have written a letter to them. We have individuals that are coming out to assist us in this problem that we're faced with.
And Madam Mayor, do you need help from the province? Do you need a disaster to be declared?
It is a disaster. Premier is working with us. Even MEC of Human Settlements is with me now here in Berlin, to look at the challenges that we're faced with in Ward 10, in Duncan Village, and Ward 9. Premier is also joining us this morning. So we've been receiving a lot of support, and we're collating all the information so that the Premier can request the National Department to declare Buffalo City as a disaster city.
Madam Mayor, thank you very much indeed. Councillor Princess Faku is the executive mayor of the Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality, also hit very badly by this flooding. 19 minutes after 8.
Agenda setting conversations of the day.
Bonakele is on the line from Cape Town. Bonakele, hi. You want to talk about the independent candidates in this election? Where are they?
Thanks. Greetings to you, Stephen. And that's what I wanted to know. I'm really concerned and very worried about the independent candidates and checking if whether should these people be considered to cook. Honestly speaking, they are wasting the votes. They should have voted for other parties as well, you understand? Including that Saudi Mutswane. That guy is really a joke, so to speak. I'm not inciting the guy, but you can listen to him when it speaks. Do you think I can go and vote for Saudi Mutswane? I'm checking for whoever voted for him. I mean, come on, guys. Let us be serious. Including those parties who managed to get one vote or 1%, and then when I have 2 seats in the parliament and 2. All those that I'm talking about, they are jokes to me. I mean, there are people not to be voted for in the next coming elections. I mean, that's a really a joke. You understand what I'm talking about?
No, Bonakele, I hear you. And I mean, I have my own views of Claudie Motsoeneng. I reported on him before I came to the SABC, and I'm going to keep saying what I always say, which is pay our money back, please. So I think that's the thing. And I look at, and I know he damaged this organization, I can tell you.
One thing that I've noticed with politicians these days, the late of the PAC who was recently buried, Metsukupek.
Yes.
I want questions whether people are taking this, they're taking it as a business. And do you know what? He agreed, and it's something that I've noticed. They're taking this, making these organizations of theirs as business. That is what they are doing, because there's money they are getting. So all in all, I don't trust these people anymore now, especially with independent candidates. Most of the time they are jokes, including that cloud listening. And those who are getting 50% and all that.
Yeah. All right, Bonakele, now I hear you. Thank you. On the line from Cape Town, 22 after 8.
The Science of Life on SAfm.
Well, let's just tie up these conversations we've been having around hunger, around nutrition, around food, and new research talking about how 50% of adult South Africans are at the moment obese or overweight. Are overweight or obese, and at the same time, we have a very large percentage of people who are not getting enough food. So how do we end up in this situation? Professor Thokozani Simelane is a professor of practice at the Human Sciences Research Council. Professor Simelane, good morning.
Good morning, Stephen, and good morning to your listeners.
We seem to have these two problems. Hunger, we've been talking about that earlier in the program. So we have, widespread hunger. A third of children are stunted. Under 5. It's frightening. And then we also have high levels of obesity. Now, to me, this looks like a contradiction. So why are we having these two problems at the same time?
Stephen, you are correct. And this trend is rather escalating than reversing. And we have to appreciate the fact that people are not producing their own food. That is the bottom line of all these consequences that we are observing now. People are relying on food that is being bought using the little cash they have. And then this cash comes mostly from the social grants. So that limits the choices of food which people will have to consume, meaning that the dietary composition of food that is being consumed at a household level is a result of the pattern that we are seeing in this contradiction, where you don't have anything to eat, and then the effects are the result of stunting that is displayed mostly among the children. For the adults, it's obesity.
How do we fix that? Is there anything happening when the children don't get enough food that then triggers obesity later? Or is it just that what people eat is changing, or is something else happening?
Again, we need to take into consideration that these two factors we are referring to are the factors that take place over time. And they are more of health-related indicators than any other thing. It's unlike when we have an indicator that takes place or starts to show itself in a year, but these ones, they take years because they are within a particular cohort of human beings. Now, as you now trying to understand or wanting to understand what can be done, I think to begin with, I can say that obesity is a derivative of the type of nutrition or food that you are consuming. And if there has been an increase, which is known on obesity, that results from the poor nutrition which is being consumed. And the intervention, which I also think that the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development is developing at the moment, is to encourage people to produce their own food so that they can have a supplement of healthy components in their diets. For children, Stephen, because these results come from the survey which we have conducted since 2021 that looked at the state of food security/insecurity at a household level since 1994. We actually came up with a very interesting contradictory patterns of stunting, where we recorded the higher incidences in Western Cape as compared to other provinces. And we ask ourselves, why around Western Cape and also followed by the Northern Cape? And we realized that there are certain problems, inherent problems, that exist in these provinces where there are higher incidences of mothers consuming more alcohol while they are still pregnant. So the patterns of stunting actually are more complex and deeper than one can imagine. So the intervention measures again is to bring in an education, as well as also draw to the attention of mothers that they must live healthy lives when they are pregnant.
And just providing more healthy food. So if government did that, food banks, things like that, would that work?
It's a program. There has been, since we have presented the results to the department, and then they realized the scale of the food insecurity at a household level. I must emphasize that. And then they have developed the programs, which they call the intervention measures, through which they intend to solve the problem. But one thing that came stronger, and what the government has realized, is that within each and every district in the provinces, the levels of food insecurity differs. There are those that are really severely affected, and these have since then been classified as the priority districts. And there is a desire and the attempt to increase support at a household level to produce food in those districts. Regarding the food banks, I think it's still a concept that we have presented to them, which is also, again, under consideration in terms of how it can be initiated and how it can be managed and where the food will be sourced for those food banks. So the other one is still at a conceptual level, and the other one is already being implemented.
Professor, so much more to talk about on this. Thank you. Professor Thokozani Simelane is a professor of practice at the HSRC, 28 after 8.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai, good morning. How are people feeling about Bafana, Hugo Broos?
Yeah, he's rightfully worried, especially with Sundown's busy schedule, leaving Bafana players battered. And he was speaking, Hugo Broos, ahead of the team leaving. And that's for their qualifier against Nigeria. That's the 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifier. Now, both Grant Kekana as well as the likes of Koliso Mudau injured, and that happened at the Nedbank Cup final against Orlando Pirates this past weekend. Now, Bruges confirming the call-up of Kaizer Chiefs defender Given Msamango is there to replace Kekana.
Sundowns had many injuries this season, and everybody knows one of the reasons is certainly the overloaded program. What is interesting is that 75% of the injuries are groin and hamstring injuries. And I think there has to be something more. I hope that the medical staff of Sundowns can find the reason for that, because next season it will be exactly the same.
Now, more action with Banyana playing Senegal tonight, 7 p.m. The Fremli is forming part of the national team's preparations for the 2024 Women's Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco. Here's Coach Desiree Ellis.
Look, we need to be better on the ball. We worked a lot on being better in all areas. Our movement off the ball needs to be better. Our combination play, the goal that we scored was perfect. 1-2 touch football. That is what we're known for. That is what we're good at. We saw in the first game how physical they were, and if you hold on to the ball, So we just reiterated again that you move the ball around quicker.
And finally, despite not achieving the Olympic qualifying time, Elroy Haaland has reflected on an impressive year, having broken his personal best in 3 different distances. He secured 4 podium finishes and earned himself 260,000 Rand in prize money from various competitions. At age 37, Haaland is the current South African champion in half marathon as well as marathon, and says he's eager for more titles.
I feel good. The thing about my marathons that I actually ran it with a high mileage week, so 200 and something kilometers, and I think that is what keeping my base, and my performance, the consistency with my performance. I'm still keeping high mileage, and that's actually working for me. For me, it's really important to keep the balance, not to overdo it with the mileage, Recovery days is recovery days when I really go easy on my recovery days, but I think in terms of the consistency and the base, that is actually what keeps me going to run these type of races week after week. But I still also need to keep in mind,
We'll bring you more sport here on SAfm around 12:30. I'm Zai Khan.
Zai, thanks very much indeed. Well, children and cell phones, a vexed problem. More developments on that. That's next. With SAfm leading the conversation, 8:30.
Good morning. In the headlines, the Eastern Cape Transport Department has advised motorists to be cautious as snow falls in several areas in the province. Authorities in KwaZulu-Natal have confirmed floods in the province have killed 7 people, including a child. They say strong winds and heavy rain have led to floods that have damaged formal and informal houses in the eThekwini municipality. And a group representing the families of Israeli hostages held by Hamas in Gaza has expressed heartbreak over the military's confirmation of the death of 4 more men that were taken captive. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAfm. Guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Leaving Pretoria on your way to flight connections to the airport. Just note this fatal crash that happened earlier this morning is now closing all lanes on the R21 south at Nel Napier. So heavy pressure approaching the closure, and then you need to send a bit of traffic on the divert as well. Joburg's Mike 1 from Santon down towards Parktown, slow after an earlier crash around the Houghton Drive exit. It's still there, the crash between Houghton Drive and St Andrews in the Parktown area. So really big. You might want to think about Louis Botha perhaps as an alternative. Durban still queuing up on the N2, Quitnandi towards Gateway on your way to the airport. Make sure you got time to get through. The Phoenix Highway Southern section out of Phoenix towards the R102 remains heavy as the Trade Centre option remains closed due to a crime scene. A crash at Pavilion on your way out of Durban causing some delays as well. A reminder to avoid travel higher parts of the Eastern Cape, in the northern parts of the Eastern Cape. Plenty of snow falling, closing Barclay Pass, Penhawk Pass has been closed, Lootsburg, Wappadsburg Pass as well, sort of Craufurnet for Crannock and up towards Middelburg. That's all recording heavy snow as well today. Cape Town, make sure you got plenty of time to get through the traffic. Everything's on a go slow on account of the weather. Flooding on Bishop Lavis Drive at 35th Avenue, so that's all snarled up. And just give you an example of how heavy it is around Cape Town. At this hour, the N1 is solid from the R300 in Brackenfell right through to the waterfront exit over the elevated freeway in the city centre. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
Mediated conversation on SAfm.
27 minutes now to 9. The time for your mediated conversation this morning. There have been more reports of schools and parents finding it very difficult to deal with the problem of children and cell phones around the world now. There seem to be more calls for cell phones to be banned at schools. In some cases, we're seeing people saying that children should not be allowed cell phones at all. There are others who try and give their children what can be called dumb phones rather than smartphones to limit the number of apps they can download. All of this is about the tension between the hold or the power that cell phones have on children and the impact that they have, and the fact that cell phones are incredibly useful. The moment your child gets a cell phone, you can phone them and find out where they are. So then, how strong is this trend to remove cell phones from children? Is it really possible to do it now? First this morning, a conversation we had yesterday with Lebogang Montjane, Executive Director of the Independent Schools Association of South Africa. They've been having certain problems in their schools around this issue. Then, what exactly is the impact that this is having on children? Wesley, what kind of technology problems are we seeing being thrown up? Wesley de Porco is a technology analyst and editor-in-chief at Fast Company SA magazine. And then the impact of children. Pam Tuten Butchalter is a clinical psychologist and co-founder of the organisation CLICKED that deals with children and these problems. First, let's hear now from Lebogang Montjane, Executive Director of the Independent Schools Association of South Africa. We spoke to him yesterday and I asked him what kind of problems they had noticed.
I think generally, Stephen, the trend now in education is actually to try and monitor or take away devices from children. They're increasingly now seeing that the dangers of what is on cell phones and not being monitoring, that children are being left quite vulnerable.
So in other words, these apps, the way in which they're being used, it's harmful for children, and you want that to stop. Difficult to do, I suppose.
Not really. Actually, we have actually talked about an article of interest here at ISASA that we sent to member schools. There are schools, for example, in America where cell phones are banned during the school day. We've had one of our members in KwaZulu-Natal take away phones in a boarding school for the first 3 weeks of the boys being there. So the trend now is to actually see that these devices are not neutral. They can be dangerous to children. We also run a program here that encourage our teachers to be aware of the dangers of phones and what is on them. And we're trying to teach internet literacy.
Isn't it quite difficult to police what's on a child's phone, or even to take it away? I mean, there's some schools that run everything on WhatsApp, and I mean, there can be problems with that, but I understand why they do it, because it's very efficient.
I think that what we actually, in fact, I was talking to our colleagues that we need to talk about our own enrollment contract, and that actually parents should be willing to permit schools to monitor what is on bring your own devices as a way to monitor what is happening with those cell phones and data. It is regrettable, so for example, Stephen, that it's not uncommon for us to see children showing each other pornography at school and even illegal material to each other. So it really is something that the court, and I think that that the call by member schools that actually we need to monitor what's going on is something that is well overdue.
This goes back to parenting as well, though, doesn't it? And the negotiations you have with your teenagers about what they do on their phones and how they do it. And sometimes that can be quite a difficult conversation. I mean, I don't like it when people look at my phone. If I was 17, I also wouldn't like it, and neither would I if I were 12.
Stephen, but when you're 12 or 16, you're a minor and a child, and parents and adults have a duty of care. So actually, this discussion, Stephen, should not be happening in high school. They should be happening in senior primary schools once children start getting devices to bring to office. So around grade 4 and grade 3, these discussions we had both with parents. Schools need to set up proper policies and make sure that they're monitoring what happens with children. It is one of the real great dangers. And also, children can be exposed to predators on these networks. So it's really, really important that these discussions happen very early, not in high school, but certainly in senior primary school.
Lebogang Montjane, Executive Director of the Independent Schools Association of South Africa, speaking to us yesterday. 22 minutes now to 9. Continuing your mediated conversation around this issue. Wesley Topoko is a technology analyst and editor-in-chief at Fast Company SA magazine. Wesley, good morning.
Morning, Stephen.
For years, we've seen more and more people and more children getting better and better cell phones that allow them to do more and more apps and content available for them. Are we now seeing some questions around whether this is really good for children? I mean, could the trend even start to reverse a bit?
Yes, we are seeing more of a sort of interest in getting kids out of phones and getting them to do real things like playing, doing practical things that they can do with their hands. So yes, we do see that. I think we've seen recently in the UK that is really taken off in as far as parents being concerned, and to a point where there's an interest in banning children under 16 on using smartphones. However, I think if I may just indicate, Stephen, that there is a danger that we may be limiting our kids when we get to a point where we ban kids from using smartphones completely.
I mean, some parents will be hoping government takes the problem away from them. Government institutes a ban, and then they don't have to think about it anymore.
Exactly. I think you in your previous discussion, I've heard you mentioning the need for parenting. That's correct. I think like any other tool, there's a need for parents to be there to ensure that the device that the young ones are using is actually well controlled, in as far as making sure that permissions are in place so that they don't access things that are harmful to them. Because on the other hand, the future is such that there will be a need for young people to get a good understanding of being in the digital world, if I may put it that way. And smartphones are one way that young ones can be in that world. It is, they are means of working, they are means of interacting with the world. So to take it away is almost taking away their ability to live.
There's supposed to be apps that allow you to track your child's activity on a cell phone, and that was supposed to be the thing, you'd be able to know exactly what they're doing, who they're doing it with. Do those just not work?
Well, I suppose those are there, but I think the other limitation is that depending on the device that you have, the extent to which those work well tends to be limited. However, they exist. There are apps that you can download so that you can limit the amount of use, the time, and all those kind of things. And those are interventions that parents can play a role with. So I also know that some companies, big entities in the tech space, are also concerned about this. As a result, they try to design their devices in such a way that they limit young ones from actually using too much of these things. But all of that requires parents' involvement as well, so that they can ensure that their kids are not completely, immersed in these things for time beyond what is normal.
Isn't the real problem that there are people actively trying to hurt our children, and they're doing it in pursuit of money or whatever, and they produce these apps? So you have apps that allow them, enable them, encourage them to do things that are unhealthy. And it might be Facebook or Meta, it might be something else, might be whatever it is. But that's the real issue, is that there are people who are making these things, putting them on cell phones, and knowing what the consequences will be. We've seen testimony in the United States where, Facebook was very aware of the consequences of all of this. There's a real intent here.
Definitely. I think there is no doubt in my mind that these companies are designed to get us to pay more attention, to spend more time on these devices. And I think there is a way to ensure this doesn't happen. But it is not in their interest. It is not in the shareholders' interest to limit the time that people who use these devices, the amount of time that they spend on these devices. It's also true that it is possible for big entities in the tech space to design things in such a way that young people can be, cannot be affected the way they have now. But it's not in their interest as things stand.
I would think that maybe the purchasing power of parents would force them to do that. And yet that doesn't seem to be happening. And I presume that's because it requires, real concerted effort to try and make that kind of change. And this would probably only happen in the United States at first.
Exactly. I think we've seen leaders in tech being called into Congress, and they had to answer questions that were difficult to answer. Issues like the ones we're discussing has been discussed. I recall one day there was a leading figure in the social networking space in Congress being asked this question, and there was a parent in there who had a child who had suffered because of the manner in which they've used these devices, or even apps within them. So yes, it's a real issue. There's no doubt about that, and it does require society to take a stand without obviously, taking away what could be something of the future for young ones, to make sure that if they use these tools, they can still get the benefit, while at the same time we're not harming their futures.
The one group of people that could maybe do something about it are the people who run the App Store. So I'm thinking of Apple and Android, Google, I suppose, in the end. They would be empowered to act. They don't seem to be.
Exactly. I think, at some point I've thought there's a need maybe for a device that's designed specifically for young people. And that may not make sense now, but there is a world where you create something that is crafted in such a way, even the apps themselves, that are designed for something of benefit to young people, a device specifically for them. But I suppose in terms of economics, it probably wouldn't make sense. But it's something that I suppose society has to take a stand on. We've seen, for instance, in China, the government taking a strong stand to a point where it threatens some companies. So I'm not encouraging dictatorship, but I think when you look at the impact that this has had on young people, it's a need for companies themselves, because there's so much we can do as parents. You want to have these companies also doing something about this, but that would require perhaps governments to also, to some extent, guide them to ensure that they create such devices and apps.
You mentioned, cell phones that come with only certain features. And I would think there would be a niche here, the phone for your 12, 14-year-old that would only allow your child to use, say, WhatsApp, for example, which parents want to be able to contact their children on WhatsApp. The problem is it opens the door for all sorts of other things to come through on WhatsApp too.
Oh, yes. I think, just WhatsApp as a platform, it's open, it's out there, and I don't know if parents want to leave their kids in such an environment. But that platform on its own, it probably would need to be customized for them, and that would mean a couple of things. It would mean, for instance, the age limit, of course, still with the parental supervision of whose contact details are there, because the reality is that if you leave it open, then you could allow more people. But the point is that we can create a world that is better. Tech entities can create such a world through their devices, but they need to be incentivized to do so. And currently, they are not.
So all of this, we're going to see this tension between the tech companies and parents. I mean, I don't know where this moves from here, except that it's going to get more and more intense, and parents are probably going to get more and more desperate.
So, Stephen, I think one of the points I made in the piece that I've written recently about this is that we need to also be careful about just the focus on smartphones, because I foresee a world where smartphones will not always be with us. These days we have glasses, or at least sunglasses, that are coming up that will allow us to interact with the digital world. There are other means with which we will interact with the digital world. So smartphones are just one way. So there's a need to just think broadly about the impact of digital things to society, and not just think about smartphones, because if you now all of a sudden start to stop people from wearing sunglasses or spectacles, because those the next wave of spectacles will take you to the digital world. The lenses will allow you to see things that you don't necessarily see with current sunglasses. So the point is that it's not so much about smartphones. We need to be thinking about the impact of digital things and those that create them, and to essentially have laws that ensure that the impact of these things is such that it doesn't have a negative effect on people, not just kids, by the way, even adults. Productivity is impacted when the use is not guided.
Wesley de Bockel, thank you. Technology analyst, editor-in-chief of Fast Company SA magazine. Really do appreciate the time. In a moment, the clinical psychologist and founder of Clicked, Pam Buholter. You with SAfm. It's 12 minutes to 9.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Well, traffic conditions on Joburg's Mike 1 South into central Joburg starting to calm down after an earlier crash near Houghton Drive this morning. It seems to be cleared and things are moving through. The R21, that situation at Nell Napiers with the fatality, that's also being cleared. It's released a lot of the backlog straight into the roadworks at the same time at Clayville. So there's quite a backlog building up into the lane closures that are there on a permanent basis now. PTA, Cap City looks all right. Durban, Phoenix still battling along the Phoenix Highway, the southern section out towards Chris Hani. That's because the Trade Centre exit remains closed. A crash at Pavilion on the N3 out of town. Delays from Spaghetti Junction. Cape Town, the highway still very busy. There's some queues on the N2 into town at Khayelitsha, just coming up towards Muway, looking quite heavy. The N1 from Belleville, from Durban Road all the way through. Well, in fact, from Durban Road, really, Belleville, all the way through to the elevated freeway. There's a crash on Jan Smuts Drive, leaving Athlone, just north of the N2 on your way through to Epping and Old Mutual. That's a really heavy delay. Jan Smuts going north under a lot of pressure. And as we've been detailing this morning, the N2 into central Gqeberha remains closed down through the Deal Party area. That has put terrific pressure on the N2 coming in from Bluewater Bay, John Talent and the old Grahamstown Road as your alternative routes. That sort of option down through New Brighton and Deal Party off the highway. Really significant backlogs. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
Mediated conversation on SAfm.
Continue your mediated conversation at 10 minutes to 9 on SAfm this morning around children and cell phones. More problems we understand in schools. Pam Buholter is a clinical psychologist and co-founder of the organisation Clicked. Pam, good morning.
Good morning. Lovely to be with you.
In the past, when a child learned to read, and often when they became a teenager and interested in other aspects of life, they would try and find books their parents didn't like. Some of those books may have been harmful. Isn't there a point when you are a parent that you lose control of what your children take into themselves? Are we seeing the same thing with cell phones, or are we seeing something completely different?
I think that's quite a nuanced question. I think it's completely appropriate developmentally for teens to start taking things into their world that we aren't always aware of. That's part of their identity formation. It's part of separation. It's a good thing. But when they take a device into a classroom, for example, and they're using it to gamble or watch a movie while their teacher's trying to teach or shop or fat shame someone, whatever they're using it for in that moment, that is a very different issue to appropriate kind of developmental tasks that teens need to achieve in order to separate from their parents. So I think we have to kind of see it a little bit differently, and we have to see the outcome differently. So the outcome of being so distracted is, that our children don't realize that they are frogs in boiling water. They don't recognize the anxiety that is caused by watching something that maybe even happened the night before go down online and then bringing that with them into the classroom and needing to check. That is an atypical developmental process for a child. Before there might be a younger child might be throwing a paper plane through a classroom, an older child might be sending a love note. All appropriate and, yes, distracting, but not distracting in the way that it creates a level of ongoing anxiety in a child, an ongoing sense of I don't belong, or I do belong, or today I made it, tomorrow I didn't. That is where we have to look at the differentiating factors, because I think devices do that in a way that, maybe having a magazine under your bed doesn't.
Okay, so the point is that what we're dealing with here is something very new, really, and very powerful. More powerful than it has a more powerful hold on children than really anything we've seen before.
100%. And the devices, as one of your guests said, made to be addictive. It is all about a sense of my proof that I exist and that I belong is now mediated through this device, as opposed to I make eye contact with someone across the classroom, or I bump into a girl that I like in the corridor. Those things that told you that you belong are much harder to achieve now because they are being mediated through a device, and the skill set that we need to manage those things is being lost. So, being able to ask that girl that you bump into in the corridor on a date for Saturday night is now a huge challenge, because you only ever have spoken to her online, and then she kicks you off the WhatsApp group, and now again, I'm anxious because I'm no longer part of something that I thought I was part of, but please focus on your algebra. It's almost impossible to manage yourself like that. It's hard for adults to manage themselves like that. How much more so for teens and tweens?
Well, I was going to say, I know plenty of people, it happens to me too. It's called doom scrolling. You sit in bed with your phone next to your bed, which you shouldn't have, and you are going through it, looking at things. Could there be one last message before you go to bed? It has a powerful impact on adults. The power it has over children must just be utterly immense, and there's no way to break it easily.
It's enormous, and it comes at them through every single app. So if you're on Snapchat, you can literally see your social standing in a group. How many people are contacting your bestie? How many people are contacting your boyfriend? Why didn't they contact me? That kind of information at a low, insidious level all the time is really eroding in terms of self-esteem, in terms of just one sense of how you go into the world every day, let alone just a message that you may have got or not got. So, the doom scrolling for sure, we're seeing the overt things we know, like the impact on sleep, the distractibility in the classroom with every ping and ding. We know those things. What we understand less is that what is really robbing our children of the ability to be present in a classroom is the social dynamics that are happening behind the scenes through their devices and both before and after. So if you have a situation in the classroom where now some brave principals, really maverick leaders, are saying, okay, 8:30 to 2:30, no devices for teachers and for learners. And let's just see if we can have more incidental contact, critical thinking that comes when you're not distracted, a deeper dive into something that, even a deeper dive into discussions around devices when you're not actually beholden to them. And what we know collectively is there's this amazing piece of research that John Haidt has just put out, that children are relieved when all of them don't have a phone. If you say to one child, how would you like to not be without your device? Immediately FOMO kicks in and they say, no, I wouldn't like that. But if you say to them, all of your friends won't have a device for a certain amount of time, how does that feel? The research says unequivocally, relief. Please put me in that space. And some schools are now giving, kids that experience. The backlash, of course, is parents saying, I need to contact my child. short of a, heaven forbid it, like a shooting at school, there is no real emergency that can't go through a secretary. If you need to pick your child up earlier than 2:30, that will come to them when they get their device back at 2:30. So that's the one aspect. And the other thing is that we're hearing a lot of parents say, well, that's how our children are learning, especially in disadvantaged schools where they don't have maybe access to a full library or computers. But it is a false economy in the sense that the amount that a child is learning in that short period of time on a device is far, far less valuable, in our opinion at KIT, than what they are needing to learn in social skills, in developmental skills, in those kinds of normalized developmental processes. And schools can easily overcome that. It's not a device that's going to take disadvantaged schools out of their situation. It is assertiveness training, it's communication skills, it's the ability to resolve conflict and knowledge.
Are there particular apps or services on a phone that for you raise red flags that children just should not have? I mean, are there certain things that you see that are causing real damage? Why Snapchat?
Snapchat is honestly probably the most eroding of all apps for our kids in terms of their self-esteem, because they can see their social standing in a group at any point in time. There's a little thing called the Snap Map. You can see all your contacts in avatar form. Everyone's at Vida E having a milkshake. Why wasn't I invited? Saturday night, everyone's at a party, but they told me the party was cancelled, and then go to school the next, on Monday morning and pretend that everything's fine. So, that kind of more textured impact is very hard for children to manage. And there are obvious things like TikTok that, and gaming where online predators really have a field day. We know those things, and that is something that for sure has to be managed and can be managed very effectively with certain levels of controls and conversation and communication. For me, what's far more concerning is the kind of insidious impact that it's having on our children's sense of self and their anxiety levels. And that's where we really have to watch our kids.
And presumably it's going to lead to very different adults to what we've seen in the past, because as you said, this is so new.
And they won't be able to have the displaced social skills that require us to be in the world, to go for a job interview, shake someone's hand, engage. Those kinds of things are fundamental to us as human beings. If we can't manage those things, there's no amount of looking through glasses that says, I'm a good employee. You have to be able to, kind of really get up there, sell yourself, put yourself out there in a happy, healthy way. I fear for our kids in terms of what that skill set will be in terms of loss. But I think that, I'm certainly not saying devices are all bad. There's lots of good stuff that our kids can get from them, even from gaming, strategic thinking, all of that. But if we allow the device to displace every other skill set, that's when we're in trouble.
Pam, thank you. Pam Tuden-Beholter is a clinical psychologist and co-founder of Clicked. My thanks also to Wesley DePorco, technology analyst and editor-in-chief at Fast Company SA magazine, and starting us off today, that conversation from yesterday with Lebogang Montjane, the executive director at the Independent Schools Association of Southern Africa. Well, a busy show. I think it's going to be busy for the next couple of weeks, frankly. We will be back with you tomorrow. Kathy is next from Ndu, from Stanza, from Zelma, Melissa, myself. Look after yourself. You're with SAfm leading the conversation. Good morning. It's 9 o'clock.
In our top stories, Eastern Cape motorists warned to be cautious after snowfall and motorists to get some relief at the pumps. Good morning. The Eastern Cape Transport Department has advised motorists to be cautious as snow falls in several areas in the province. Department spokesperson Unathi Bingqoshe says the Penhoek Pass on the N6 between Komani and Jamestown, the Barkley Pass on the R58 and the Wadersberg Pass on the R61 between Graafrenet and Nguba have been closed due to snowfall. Meanwhile, the N2 between John Talant and M4 off-ramps in Gqeberha has also been closed due to debris from the Indian Ocean following a high tide. Bingqoshe has warned motorists to expect delays on the affected roads.
The heavy snowfalls that have forced the closure of these 3 mountain passes have added another dimension to the already challenging driving conditions in the Eastern Cape due to the past couple of days' heavy rainfalls that have left the soil saturated with fears of mud slides in some areas. We are keeping an eye on other mountain passes for snow and possible mudslides, and we are calling on you as a road user to be extra vigilant and respect the restrictions that are there for you at the moment.
Authorities in KwaZulu-Natal have confirmed floods in the province have killed 7 people, including a child. They say strong winds and heavy rain have led to the floods that have damaged formal and informal houses in the eThekwini municipality. Red Cross Provincial Manager in KwaZulu-Natal, Siyabonga Hlatswayo.
Well, the damage is quite serious. Just as you are driving approaching the area, you could just see the damage. People's homes damaged. The roofs are all over. Thousands of people are actually left homeless. And also, there's quite a lot of people that are quite traumatized and affected by this tornado that was experienced yesterday.
Motorists can expect to breathe a sigh of relief at the pumps with the fuel price cut from midnight tomorrow. This comes as the stronger rand exchange rate against the US dollar and lower international oil price driving local fuel pricing down. The Automobile Association says this is good news as fuel prices have been steadily increasing since February. Association spokesperson Eleanor Mavimbela.
Based on the latest CEF data, petrol is now set to decrease by around 106 cents per litre for both 95 and 93 unleaded petrol, diesel by around 1 per litre, and illuminating paraffin by around 80 cents per litre.
The United Democratic Movement, UDM, has written to the Electoral Commission to query its formula of allocating seats in the National Assembly. This after the Commission announced which parties will be represented in the 7th National Assembly following Wednesday's general elections. The UDM was allocated 2 seats. However, the party Secretary General Yongama Zigebe says according to the number of votes the UDM has received, the party should have 4 seats.
It should be 4 seats if they use the correct quota system. Then what would have happened to the 2 seats of the UDM? But we said to ourselves, instead of just going out and fighting, let's rather seek for clarity so that they show us exactly how did they calculate the seats and make us understand how they did it. However, if we find that issues within the calculations, because we have mathematicians as well, we are going to request our seats back, and it's going to affect the entire seat allocation for all political parties.
And finally, a group representing families of Israeli hostages held by Hamas in Gaza expressed heartbreak over the military's confirmation of the death of 4 more men that were taken captive. The Hostages Family Forum called on the Israeli government to immediately accept a deal to bring all remaining hostages home. The BBC's Yolanda Nell reports.
All 4 of these men were snatched from their homes in 2 kibbutzes by Palestinian gunmen on the 7th of October. The Israeli military said that new intelligence findings led it to assess that they were killed together during its operations in Khan Yunis and that it was investigating the circumstances. 3 of the men were kidnapped with female relatives who were released during a previous week-long truce with Hamas. In its response, the Hostage Families Forum said that all should have come home alive and that in Israel, news of the deaths should elicit deep soul-searching in every leader.
Recapping the top story, the Eastern Cape Transport Department has advised motorists to be cautious as snow falls in several areas in the province. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation.
Get up to 10.75% per annum with an 18-month ABSA dynamic fixed deposit account, which allows you to build your financial future. Plus, you'll earn an additional interest rate if you join ABSA Rewards. Join tens of thousands of South Africans who've already taken advantage of this account's flexibility. Open yours now on our banking app or absa.co.za to maximize returns. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Are you ready to empower yourself with an accredited tertiary qualification? Stadio Higher Education's distance learning programs will set you up for success. Whether you're balancing work and family or you're a school leaver who must work to support yourself and your studies, Stadio offers access to high-quality, affordable qualifications in law, teacher education, commerce, admin and management, policing, and more. Mid-year applications are now open. Visit stadio.ac.za and register today. Stadio, a new vision in higher education.
If you're active on social media and love SAFM, we hope you'll take a moment to like or follow our SAFM page on Facebook and Twitter. These are the best places to find all the guest information, conversations, and stories you love from your favorite presenters, along with regular updates from SABC News. And don't forget, you can send your questions to feedback@safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversation. The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
So when we say metaphysics, we are talking about the scientific study of reality. So that would be reality in terms of the knowledge systems itself. For example, the Sesotho word "seba," which means to know, and actually it means sensory knowledge, so meaning knowledge that is based on reality. So that's what we investigate, we do, and cosmology is a big thing among the African people. First of all, Basotho call themselves Badumedi. So the word Badumedi is a plural, Mudumedi is a singular. So the word Mudumedi means someone who came from the stars or someone whose ancestors came from the star systems. So in my book called The Sacred Knowledge of the Desert, African Philosophical Transcendence, I write more about this, where we talk about how the Basotho and other Africans trace their genesis to the cosmos. So they believe they came from the cosmos. Hence they use the word Mudumedi. For example, a star in Sesotho is called Naledi. And then if the star shoots across the sky like a shooting star, they call it Muchochonono. Now, if that star was to fall to the ground, the shooting star, like a meteorite, they don't call it Muchochonono anymore. Now they call it Lidumedi. So Lidumedi means that this particular rock came from the stars. Now, if it's a human being, they would call the person Mudumedi. So this is one evidence that tells us that they trace their origin to the cosmos. So, for example, when a Msotho child is born, let's say a baby, so they don't give the name to the baby right away. So what they will do, they will wait until the belly button falls to the ground, so in a matter of weeks, and then from there they will organize a big event, which they call Soromo, which is a naming ceremony. Now, this is where this alignment question comes in. So if, for example, in this particular case, there are alignments of place, or even maybe a conjunction of planets, or maybe 2 or 3, whatever the case might be, then they're going to also make sure that there's going to be a full moon there. So once they have all these together, then they will take the baby, hold the baby, and then they will show the baby the full moon and say, you see that moon? And they will show even the planets are aligned. They say to the baby, that is your peer. Always remember, even when you are far from the village, you must always communicate with the moon. So then they give the name to the child at that particular time.
Ah, what profound insights there from Dr. Zulumatabo Zulu. And of course, news coming in this morning that he has passed away. He was a research scientist and a director of Madisebo University and a regular contributor on the station on SAFM. And this morning we really do extend our condolences to his family, his loved ones, but especially to the listeners too, that I know we're all going to miss his insights and his contribution that just made conversation so much more enriching on this platform. You're listening to The Talking Point. Welcome to the show. It's 11 after 9 o'clock. Great to have you with us on the show this morning. I'm Kathy Mutlahlana, and as always, I'm with you until midday. Well, coming up on the show today, we're going to kick it off with the open line. I'll be taking your calls in a moment. Still so much for us to talk about. It's day 2 into the 14-day period by which a speaker, first call of business, by which the National Assembly has to be constituted, has to sit and then get into the business of appointing a speaker, appointing a president for this country. So while we are, having these conversations and waiting to hear from political parties what is actually forming the content of these meetings that they are having, we must not forget that all of it happens with the race against the clock, right? Because every minute the clock is ticking and decisions have to be made. So we'll kick it off with the open line. I'll be taking your calls on 086 000 2032. That's the number to dial, 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, I'll take those voice notes on 0614 104 107. Well, coming up this week, or coming up today, we are going to be talking finance with Brian Hirsch because it is a Tuesday. We will focus on, firstly, what does this state of limbo mean for us, our personal finances? What are the things that we should still be doing in this moment? But what are the things we should absolutely not be doing in this moment? Lots of people are anxious. People don't know what is the future going to hold. What must we do now? What are the markets saying? So Brian is going to really help us navigate our way through that particular conversation. He'll be joining us in the second hour of the show. And the final hour of the show, we're going to be looking at coalition governments and the lessons that we can learn from other countries. So we know that there's several countries that have worked under coalition governments for some time and have managed to get it right. What have they done in order to get it right? We'll be hearing the insights of some scholars, including Professor William Gumede, Pranish Desai, and Lulu White, who will all be weighing in, and we'll look at examples, practical examples of what has been done in other parts of the country. Look, I think by and large, when it comes to our political analysts, particularly those that have really involved themselves in studying coalitions in other countries and looking particularly at our participatory democracy and how that's set out, there seems to be consensus that we can't necessarily copy-paste a model from elsewhere. But what we do need to do is take best practice and then come up with something that's unique to us, but that works for us. And that's hopefully what we'll be able to do in the final hour of the show with our guest, to say, well, what has worked elsewhere, and what do we think we can import for our particular case study, or for our particular scenario in South Africa, with all of its different complexities. That's the conversation you can expect in the final hour of the show. Of course, I'm kicking off with the open line, and much of the conversation is still really around this coalition business, right? Who is talking to who? What we know is that all doors are open. I've not heard a political party say that they absolutely do not want to talk to other parties. Perhaps, what often may close the door would be the conditions that political parties attach to those kind of conversations. But in this pursuit of forming a government, right, what is it that you believe political parties should not be giving up? There must be some kind of principles that guide the process, right? Or must political parties look at making things work at all costs? So take principle, throw it out of the window. Common ground out of the window. We just have to make it work. And what does that mean? Because there must be some kind of framework that informs and is going to set the ground rules for the political parties that are entering into coalitions. So what are the principles that you believe political parties should not be giving up in the name of forming coalition governments? And whose voice must actually matter the most here? Because we are dealing with a scenario where there seems to be a prevailing narrative. I don't know if you've picked it up, but I know I have. A prevailing narrative that suggests, there must be an investor-friendly coalition. What is an investor-friendly coalition? Who gets to decide that this coalition is investor-friendly? We must listen to the markets. Who are the markets? What kind of say do the markets and should the markets have when it comes to forming this coalition? There's a lot of emphasis right now on the economy and economic policy. Which way should the ANC go? Because it does seem to be very much the ANC's game here. Should they go with parties that are leaning towards the right when it comes to economic policy? Should they go with parties that are leaning towards the left when we're talking about economic policy? I'd love to hear from you. Those are just some questions I've put out there to provoke and start the conversation this morning. I'm getting ready to take your call, 086 000 2032. I know lots of you already lined up, 0614 104 107. That's the WhatsApp voice note line. We're going to take a quick break. I'm back with your calls.
The Market Update, Monday to Thursday, 6 to 7 p.m.
Want to stay ahead of the financial game? Join us tonight from 6 to 7 p.m. for an insightful journey through the day's market developments, financial updates, and investment news. Tune in for your daily dose of financial intelligence as we navigate the twists and turns of the financial landscape with expert insights. Only on the SAfm Market Update.
SAfm Market Update with Jimmy Muyaha. Call us on 086 000 2032.
All right, we kick it off this morning in KZN. Nkululeko, good morning to you. Good morning, Nkululeko.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, very quickly, ma'am, I know I'm the first caller. I just want to touch on the Department of Education. I'm very much interested because I'm a qualified, unemployed maths and science educator who's qualified to teach mathematics and physical sciences. But I'm staying at home from 2015 up until today. Now, my point is that there's a shift in people getting interested in getting to know education specifically. Like education is failing us. It's failing us. Most of the things that are happening now in South Africa is due to that people have neglected the basic education. The Department of Education is not doing good. in terms of hiring teachers and in terms of managing the curriculum, because we are having what we call an unemployed database for educators in South Africa, whereby you put your qualifications and everything online, and then you expect that maybe the department will come and look at the online service and then pick you from the online department. And when you question that, more especially when you go to the schools where you know that there's a vacant post, or someone is in maternity leave or whatever, for whatever reason, there's a vacant position in that school. When you go to that school, what they say, the principals or the district officers or whatever that are working there, they will tell you that no, you must enter your name into a government database. The government will only select people who are on the database. And then when you go to the offices of the Department of Education to inquire about the post, they will tell you, no, you must go do a door-to-door in schools, because as a department, we don't know which school needs teachers. So it's up to you to go around the schools and ask the principals of the post. And then when the posts are available, the principal will take your name and submit it to the district, and then the district will recommend you for that post. And then that creates a confusion amongst us as an unemployed teachers.
Sure.
And then
Nkululeko, I mean, I'm thinking about the timeline that you've given here. In 2015, did you already have a job, or were you fresh out of your qualification?
No, what, ma'am? To answer that story short, I'm 38 years old. I matriculated in 2003. And then in 2004, I tried to look for a job. I couldn't get it until I worked in a construction industry for a long time. And then I taught myself to be an educator. I enrolled through UNISA so that I can get a better job. Then in 2015, I graduated and started to look for a job. I get some of those posts, 3 months, whereby you have to assist there when someone is in maternity leave or someone is sick. But then it's nothing permanent. Sometimes you go there to teach grade 12 over the Easters or over the winter holidays. But it's not something big. It's not something permanent. So that's my answer to that. It's been a long time. But for now, the reason I'm calling is because this is a national radio. There are posts that are always being advertised in Mpumalanga, Limpopo, sometime in Northwest, but they're mostly in Limpopo and in Mpumalanga. When you go to your social media, more especially Facebook, you will find all these posts that are put there by the different districts or different education circuits or different schools. And then I'm asking myself, why other departments in other provinces are able to put the post on their systems to approve that, okay, if you are a teacher, come and give us your qualification. We'll take you to recommend you to a certain school. But more especially in KZN, ma'am.
All right.
KZN and Eastern Cape, there is nothing like that. There was a report that there are over 30,000 education vacancies that are in KZN. But you can't see that they don't post. The schools, they don't post. They just pick. Now, for now, I just want to say to the Department of Education, please, as my request, please, employ us, the unemployed educators. Yes, we really need a job. Someone yesterday was complaining that the wife has been a reservist police for over 20 years. That is also happening in the Department of Education. We are really desperate, especially myself, ma'am. I'm so desperate for a job. I'm so desperate for a job. And I was hoping that maybe the government will be one part government. At least you can cry on one part. Now that there's different parties, they will tell us we have to talk about this. We don't agree here. It will take another 5 years. Again, we are still sitting at home.
All right, Nkululeko, we're going to have to leave it there. We're going to have to leave it there. Nkululeko out in KZN, and I think he's raising a very valid point, right, around easy access to information, especially when it comes to posts. And I must say, there does seem to be a culture of people hanging on to information. So you have to know people in order to know certain information that should otherwise be publicly available. What is up with that culture? Where if you don't have somebody on the inside, you won't know that there's a post. You won't know that there's an opportunity. And it really is something that we have to relook and rethink as a society. And it involves all of us, right? It involves all of us. It's not just a government problem. Butana, you're calling us from Rosebank. Good morning, Butana.
Sister, the polls that are advertised is just formality. The ANC and COSATU and others, they know what they're looking for. That is the problem. I'm not there anyway. Big business, please, we are asking you, stop this project of yours of trying to set up government of coalition government between the ANC and DA. Please, big business, remember we prayed for the downfall of National Party. Our prayers were answered in 1994. And we prayed for the crooked government of ANC. Our prayers were answered. Now they are down to 40. They must ring into them that they are not, they will not win the election. So it is not up to them. They must work all of them together and form government. Otherwise, we will pray for the new monster that they are trying to create. We are looking for it. We are not happy. They must understand that they didn't win the election. It must sing to them properly. They are not there to serve themselves. They must think about South Africans. I hear about these investors. Where were they when KPMG decimated and crookedly destroyed our SOEs? Where were they? Where were they when some of the investors working in SARS and steal our money? Where were they? Please, don't fool us again. Let it be fair process. All the parties or national government of national unity must be the order of the day.
All right. So you do. So you're not interested in a super coalition, Butana?
Why super coalition? Why would claim as if we have win something? Why would claim we will win something? We have destroyed our government by that attitude. Anyway, this national party is not different from ANC. It's not different. We know it.
And by national party, Butana, who are you referencing? Because we don't have the national party anymore.
This is the national party. Now, all of a sudden, they claim to be something like, what, the DA or something like that?
Oh,
the national party.
Okay, Butana out in Rosebank. We're going to leave it there, Butana. Thanks for that contribution. I do think that he's making an important point. Let's not forget, when we talk about corruption, we talk about state capture. Big business was there. It was involved. That's why some companies have had to pay back billions because they acknowledge that they did wrong. It's 9:30, time for the latest news headlines. I'm back with more of your calls. 086 000 2032 is the number to dial. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107.
Good morning. In the headlines, the City of Cape Town's traffic service has cautioned motorists to be careful as flooding is reported on roads across the city. Earlier, the city issued a warning for disruptive rain and localized flooding on roads and in informal settlements for today and tomorrow. In the Eastern Cape, the Transport Department has advised motorists to be cautious as snow falls in several areas in the province, and motorists can expect to breathe a sigh of relief at the pumps with a fuel price cut from midnight tomorrow. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Good morning, Kathy. SKM. Kathy, I still say that IEC needs to do a lot, actually, to gain credibility. We've been voting since 1994, and I can tell you the reason why a lot of people don't go to vote because of these long queues. It take long, actually, for one to, vote having been to the line, So they need to come up with the ways that speed up that process, and people will go out and vote. Secondly, during these elections where there's high at stake, and you've got a board, a results board, being blank for 2 hours, really, it really sends some shock waves into everyone. So that is why some political parties are complaining about votes being rigged and all of it. You cannot really do those kind of things. Really, they have to do a lot to gain the credibility of the voters, for everyone to be happy that everything is going right.
Kathy, good morning, Takatayo in Cape Town. I was going to advise the coalition to be between ANC and the DA, because why those parties, at least they have 50 plus 1, whether other party from one province, whether ANC maybe for 3 provinces, but that is the will of the people because they still want to be ruled by those 2 parties. Those who got 45 and below, they can form they can form an opposition party. Thanks, Kathy. Takatayo in Cape Town.
Morning, Kathy. I'm happy now, The arrogance of the ANC is over. Thank you.
A very good morning to you, Kahle, and the SAfm listeners. This is Nan Labana from Umzimkulu. I'm looking forward to see a prosperity government whereby parties, they must unite for the prosperity of South Africans. We don't need a fight. The people has spoken. We need a coalition government that is going to benefit everyone here in South Africa. Good morning, South Africa.
SAfm values your views. Be an active citizen.
We continue the conversation on the talking point. I'm taking your calls on 086 000 2032. That's the number to dial on the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. Let me go to Duduza Station. Good morning.
Mama Kathy.
Hey, I don't know about Mama Kathy Station. Kathy's just fine.
You must admit it. You are Mama Kathy.
No, man. No.
How are you, my dear sister?
I'm well, thank you, Station.
I'm so very well, thank you. I so love South Africa. And you like what I love South Africa, but we've got different views. And that's and the most thing again I love South Africans when they say we don't want to, they just mean that. They told ANC, watch out. Now they gave them 40. Actually, I don't think if ANC got that 40% is even Kenyan, because they were busy voting for themselves. They were busy trying to update the program, the IEC and everything. But that is a debate for another day. Well, I'm here to discuss because I think that is the burning issue right now in South Africa. the government of national unity. If South Africans goes to the polls and says we don't want ANC, if during the debates and at Parliament the opposition parties say ANC you are corrupt and ANC there are so many things that you are doing and you are not doing right, and then come the opposition party that have been given 60%, but still they want to go back to ANC and come, let's work together. No. South Africa has spoken, they have said, we don't want ANC to rule us, meaning they want ANC to be on the opposition seat. And that is possible. That is possible. ANC came and told us, MK, you are racist. But they said it is an ethnic party. So how could we come and say they must go and work together?
Station, do you believe that the conversation right now amongst opposition parties is one that seeks to remove the ANC out of government? I don't get that sense at all.
Exactly. Me too. I tend to... No, you know what? Because the minute the ANC got to... were being voted out, then our analysts kicked in. They started to defend ANC and started to talk all this racist thing that the DA is doing this, MK is that, and this is what's happening. We people we come from. No, I think our opposition parties, they must know that now they've been given the chance, they've been given, their prayers have been answered. It is about time for them to start and work together, whether they've got their own differences. Yes, we know. There is a DA there, they've got their own differences. There is MK, it's a new kid on the block, they've got their issues. Their issues is about ANC. That one, everybody knows about it. But I think if they could just sit down and discuss this thing properly.
Station.
DA, listen, one case, DA become the president, MK became the deputy. EFF said they want the treasury, and then PA said they want Home Affairs. And then I think, again, we can ask EFF to be the Speaker of the Parliament. Then all these other strategic positions, they could see how because it is about 60% of the opposition. We make the ANC an official opposition in this country. I think you guys, you just need to forget about your pride and how you and make, because now people are talking about the businesses, and I think if you take DA and put them there, you'll just be the face of the country. They're fine. You don't have a problem. There is nothing that the DA will do without the votes and without the agreement from the parliament.
Okay.
I don't know how these people are seeing these things.
Okay,
Station.
Station, let's leave it
Mama.
there. Station out in Duduza. Yeah, that is certainly not, one doesn't get the sense that is even an option. Remember, the opposition parties failed to come together, even under an initiative such as the multi-party charter. While there might be different opinions of the fact that there was this grouping in the first place. The point is that grouping provided an opportunity. And how many political parties decided to steer clear? They just weren't interested. So I don't know that what Station is saying is even on the table for now. Bonakele, you're in Cape Town. Good morning.
A very good morning, Jeffrey, and good morning to your listeners. And I'm laughing because political parties, they don't have an option, but rather than to go to a coalition, like it or not, someone will have to swallow his pride now. It's about time to say, whether you were insulting me or whether you wanted me out of the government, as they were saying. But I'll tell you one thing. There's one and only caller who said something that I was going to say with regard to this coalition. A coalition that will benefit South Africans. That's the only way to go. So because I listened to some of these callers here, Some of them, they didn't even vote for the ANC, but they are telling the ANC what to do right now. And it's not going to happen like that. Especially with one of what is this? Of Jacob Zuma, I even forget the name of this party because I'm not interested. I'm not interested about them. Yes. They were saying in order to go to negotiations or to go to a coalition with the ANC, the president must step aside. I even grab my hands when I hear Vicky Lembalula saying that one is no-go area. And I like people such as Vicky Lembalula at some stage. You need to stamp the authority because you must listen and check who's got out of this nationally when we're talking about this coalition right now. ANC is on top. All of them, they are just behind the ANC. And therefore, ANC must not be ruled by these opposition parties, these opportunists, so to speak. Because there are those who are saying they are going to the union buildings. Look how many votes they have now, or seats, so to speak.
Okay.
So, all in all, we need to go to, and ANC must just decide themselves. As long as it's going to benefit the South Africans. That is all I wanted to say.
Bonakele?
Before I drop,
yes.
tell that shout Mutwaneng. He must not even try again, man. He's wasting his
Batung, Bonakele. Everybody must have their shot at this presidency thing, man. We can all lead.
No, I wanted to give you that message. Just shout it, man, please, man.
Mvoteleni, hle. Bonakele, bye-bye. Oh, Batung. We must invite Claudia for an interview. Why Lisamu votela hle? You are horrible, you South Africans. He asked you so nicely. He asked you so nicely. And he said he will do everything he promises to do. Kai, you are in Durban. Good morning, Kai.
Hi, Katie. How are you doing?
I'm well, thank you. Go for it.
Yes. Actually, I'm not a politician. I'm just a normal South African, an ordinary South African resident. I just want to have an input on the coalition. This is just my point of view, and I'm going to be very short because other people want to have their own views as well. For me, my opinion on the coalitions, I think are the organizations, the political parties that put first the care of the people. For an example, there is something that happened on 2020 that is called COVID-19. For me, even today, I can't believe people, when are voting, it seems like they just forgotten what happened in 2020. So I would like to say the coalition must be the coalition that put the safety of the people first. And I'm sure that within South Africa, there are leaders who care about the people of South Africa. There are leaders who stood up for the people. They were on the side of the people. And I'm not going to mention any name for those leaders, but there are two. They stood up publicly and they told the people what is going on. And another input, to make sure that I'm very short, I've had an interview from Helen Zille talking about the investor. I've seen as well from the IEC pushing that the investors must be put first, so there won't be any delay. But my problem is that when you talk about the investor, which investor you are talking about? Are you talking about the investor that put the need of the people first? Or are you talking about, internationally what happened in U.S.? John F. Kennedy was murdered. The brother was murdered. Martin Luther King was murdered. So it's broad. When you talk about the investor, are you talking about the investor or are you talking about the killer? So the people must be fair. Thank you very much.
All
Katie.
right, out in Durban. That's just his view on the issue of coalition governments. Look, I think this idea of what's in the best interest of South Africa is probably what we need to look more deeply into, because it means such different things for voters and also for political parties. What is in the best interest of South Africa right now? Can we say that we agree on a developmental trajectory that that accommodates all of South Africa? Do we agree on what those priorities should be as a country, at least to the extent that we can say that when political parties say they'll work in the best interest of South Africa, that they're saying and they mean the same thing? Malambule, you're calling from KZN. Good morning.
Good morning, Kate. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
I'm well, too. Okay, I like the way you open your line, man, by saying we need to provoke you now. when you said you are provoking us. Katie, are you still there?
Yes.
Okay, look, Katie, I'm not okay, man. This morning I've just received a disturbing video from my kid, from my child. She's doing grade 8 in Newcastle. The school's called St. Oswald in town. They've been locked out from the school premises by the teachers and the principal. Apparently, they demand school fees from the kids. I don't know how. How can they do that, And they're supposed to writing the June exam now at 8:30. And I tried to call the school. I couldn't get through. And I tried to call the district. I couldn't get through. I tried to call the Department of Education, KZN. I couldn't get through. From 8 o'clock, I've been trying to call those numbers, and then eventually I decided to send the video to you guys, and then maybe you can help me, to get a reply from the department, because I don't understand how can you lock the kids because of the school fees.
Malambule, they're not allowed to prevent learners from writing exams because they owe school fees. That yes. Should not happen at all. Is it a public school? Is it a private school?
I'd say I don't know how they classify them, but you pay certain amount of school fees. But I would say it's a public school. But this thing of quintiles, I don't know how they work, but it's a public school.
It's a public school, yeah, and if it's a public school, they absolutely have no grounds to prevent your daughter from writing exams. It is not allowed within the school regulatory framework. Maybe give us some details of Malambule, and we'll get in touch with the department and find out what exactly has happened here. Malambule's daughter.
They locked the school, the whole school. Yeah, no one's allowed to get inside.
And I can imagine there are quite a number of learners outside then.
Yes, please, Kathy.
Look, obviously the issue of school fees is a big challenge for schools, especially or collecting school fees, especially when people are feeling the kind of financial pressure that they're under. But at the same time, schools can't break the law in the name of being able to recover school fees.
That's concerning the way they do it, Katie. There was no a meeting or something to inform if they've got a problem collection. They're supposed to call a meeting or something, not just lock the kids outside from the school,
But Malambule, did you receive notices about
Nothing.
the fact that you had outstanding fees?
No notices. That's my concern, Katie. There was no meeting, no notice, and I only owe 500 rand from the 4,000 they requested. I've been paying all the month. I was going to pay this month and also.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know, for mere 500 rand you can lock a kid not to write an exam.
Yeah, look, that it doesn't sound like it's something fair at all. All right, Malambule, thanks for calling in. We'll follow up with the education department in KZN. Let me go to Sbusiso. Sbusiso, you're also in Newcastle. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah. Just by the way, I went past that school. Almost half the school is outside. I didn't know what the problem was, but anyway, I think it's worth investigating. That's not the reason why I'm calling those. Kathy.
Yes.
Kathy, these elections have been rigged. And they've been rigged big time. I'm sorry to take you back because people are already talking about coalitions and so on and so on. By the way, I'm MK. And we have evidence now, the arrogance of the IEC forcing its way to announce the elections on Sunday evening without going into details and do what we are currently doing now. And the evidence that we are finding now, that the rigging of the elections were systemic, number one. Number two, they were deliberate. And you can see that by the fact that EFF, MK had their votes reduced dramatically, Kathy. You know, we've got cases where votes were just reduced by 700, 100 here, 42 there, 1,000, up to 1,000 votes deducted from a voting district. And you can guess the kind of frustration and the anger that we have. MK can never allow this nonsense, where we must now come and talk about.
So Sbusiso, let's
backtrack. If you can just allow me to finish, then I'll give you the chance, please.
Okay, but you've got to make it quick then, because you've raised quite a number of points, I need to follow up on some of the things that you're raising.
Okay, please,
go for it. Go for it.
Okay, systemic and deliberate. And with DA and ANC, their elections have consistently been increased. You know, if it was not deliberate, you would have found that maybe ANC has been decreased somewhere. ANC has always been increased, and DA has always been increased. So we at MK can never allow this thing. It shows that this thing has been going on for a long time, and somebody has to put an end to this thing. I've got videos here I can send you. They are very, very clear as to what the VDs had and what IEC has. So we cannot take it, Kathy. It's just bad, and we will prove it in court. Thank you.
Okay.
You can
So Spusiso, you're taking all of these concerns then to the Electoral Court?
Definitely.
Okay. All right. Let's see them at the Electoral Court and let the court then weigh up that evidence and make a call on it. Spusiso out in Newcastle. Matgoeja, good morning. You're out in the Western Cape.
Good morning, Katie, and how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Katie, I'm worried. I'm really worried about the people who's going to lose lives now. I was checking, Katie, just quickly two things. I was checking on the social media. I think it was TikTok, and then I was also checking on the news yesterday. I'm just worried about this guy, the owner of MK, Jabulani Khumalo. I was checking when he was coming out from the court, the way the MK members was trying to attack him. I was just worried because even if that guy can win the case, I just feel he would be not welcomed by the MK members. And his also family is in trouble, really. Secondly, Katie, as I said, I was just come across in the video of TikTok It's so worried, Katie, because some people, they can insult people on TikTok. We hear people are complaining about the people of Eastern Cape voting for ANC whatsoever, but it's their choice to vote for ANC. No one forced anyone to vote for MK or DA or EFF or ANC. Someone is taking his choice to vote. Now I came across a video. The guy, I think he was born by 80, 81, something like that. He said, "Abantu basemaXhosa ayi-10 ingqondo zawo zilingana nam ndimnye even noba ndinxilile." I mean, that, Katie, is insulting. We've got old people in Eastern Cape. We've got the people who are there, our mothers and our fathers, our grandfathers. If someone like that can come on social media, what is going to happen? Because someone else is going to answer, and then definitely is going to go back to Inkatha Freedom Party and ANC. Now they were going to have that as Zulu and Xhosa people, where they bangakwazi unyamezelana, of which I wish people can learn. We're not. I'm not hating Zuma, but if I'm voting for ANC, I'm voting for ANC, not for Ramaphosa. If they think we are voting for Ramaphosa or we are voting for Julius Malema, they are wrong. If then they choose to vote for Zuma, not for the party, it's their choice. People must just stop to insulting people, whatever reason, because it's your choice.
Yeah, Maqwirha, I couldn't agree more with you. Because again, the intelligence of voters is being highly undermined, and if we are not doing the work to fully understand what it is that is driving different constituencies, what their needs are, what their interests are, then we cannot just resolve to saying, well, clearly people haven't thought about these choices, or clearly people are stupid, and all sorts of other things that are used to describe voters. Because what it does is that it creates further fragmentation and polarization. And so building this South Africa that works for all of us becomes further and further away. It becomes something that simply continues to be out of reach.
Thanks. Lastly, Kelly, I can't wait for Parliament to start, because it seems to me when I check the EFF strategy and the MK strategy are the same. If their thing is not going their way, they choose to fight. But I can't wait for them in Parliament. Thank you.
I agree 100%. I am excited about Parliament under the 7th administration. I think you've got, all right, Maqwirha, you've got some new players there. You'll have a bit of the old players, but it really is going to be dynamic. I'm looking forward to all of the different insights that these MPs are going to bring to the National Assembly. Okay, more messages on St. Oswald's High School in Newcastle in KZN. Somebody else has sent us a message on WhatsApp. They say that the police have come and they've asked the teachers to open for the learners since they're causing chaos down the street. One of our listeners saying, well, imagine waiting just before the exam to deprive kids of writing the exam. It is quite cruel, right? It's very cruel to do that to young people. There are ways in which schools can resolve these issues, and we must especially try to ensure that the learners are not at the receiving end of conversations that should primarily be happening between schools and parents, right? So as a parent, if you know you haven't paid school fees, well, do the right thing. But in this case, as our listener was saying earlier, that he pays school fees on a month-to-month basis. He has a shortfall of 500 Rand that he just hasn't paid this month. Now, if somebody has been paying school fees, Why would you resort to this kind of behavior? It's something that we will absolutely follow up with the Department of Education. I'm looking at some of the visuals from the school. I mean, it looks like hundreds of kids that have been locked out. I hope that there's another reason and perhaps a misunderstanding, but to lock hundreds of kids out of school, prevent them from writing exams, mid-year exams, critical exams to their performance because they have not paid school fees, is something that is unconstitutional. It is breaking the law. I can tell you that for free, even before, the National Spokesperson of Education comes on air. It's time for the latest news update. It's 10 o'clock.
In our top stories, floods and snow cause havoc on roads across the country and motorists to get some relief at the pumps. Good morning. The City of Cape Town's traffic service has cautioned motorists to be careful as flooding is reported on roads across the city. Earlier, the city issued a warning for disruptive rain and localized flooding on roads and in informal settlements for today and tomorrow. The traffic services spokesperson, Kevin Jacobs, says motorists should make provision for extra travel time.
Flooding has been reported in the right and centre lane on the N2 outbound before Lispik Parkway. Both lanes are closed. Strand Street in and outbound between Nelson Mandela and Buitekan Street. On 35th Avenue northbound after Lavis Drive, the left lane is flooded. Motorists are advised to please be cautious and to allow for extra travelling time to reach their destination.
In the Eastern Cape, the Transport Department has advised motorists to be cautious as snow falls in several areas in the province. Department spokesperson Unati Bingoshe says the Pinhook Pass on the N6 between Komani and Jamestown, the Barclay Pass on the R58 and the Wapatsberg Pass on the R61 between Graafrenet and Nguba have been closed due to snowfall. Bingoshe has warned motorists to expect delays on the affected roads.
The heavy snowfalls that have forced the closure of these three mountain passes have added another dimension to the already challenging driving conditions in the Eastern Cape due to the past couple of days' heavy rainfalls that have left the soil saturated with fears of mud slides in some areas. We are keeping an eye on other mountain passes for snow and possible mudslides, and we are calling on you as a road user to be extra vigilant and respect the restrictions that are there for you at the moment.
In news just in, the case of the former National Assembly Speaker Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula has been postponed to the 9th of next month in the Pretoria Magistrates Court. She's accused of soliciting 4 million rand in bribes from a defence contractor during her tenure as Defence Minister. Mapisa-Nqakula faces 12 counts of corruption and 1 of money laundering. Motorists can expect to breathe a sigh of relief at the pumps with a fuel price cut from midnight tomorrow. This comes as the stronger rand exchange rate against the US dollar and lower international oil price driving local fuel pricing down. The Automobile Association says this is good news as fuel prices have been steadily increasing since February. Association spokesperson Eleanor Mavimbela elaborates.
Based on the latest CF data, petrol is now set to decrease by around 106 cents per litre for both 95 and 93 unleaded petrol, diesel by around 1 rand per litre, and illuminating paraffin by around 80 cents per litre.
Over 200 mine workers are still at Sibanye Stillwater's Kwezi shaft in Rustenburg in the northwest. The mine's James Walstead confirmed the mine workers started their action yesterday in protest over proposed share ownership scheme for Kruendal employees. However, in a statement written to employees, mine management has stressed that discussions are continuing between the company and unions regarding the details of the proposed scheme. The United Democratic Movement, the UDM, has written to the Electoral Commission to query its formula of allocating seats in the National Assembly. This after the Commission announced which parties will be represented in the 7th National Assembly following Wednesday's general elections. The UDM was allocated 2 seats. However, the party Secretary General, Yonga Mazigebe, says according to the number of votes the UDM has received, the party should have 4 seats.
It should be 4 seats if they used the correct quota system. Then what would have happened to the 2 seats of the UDM? But we said to ourselves, instead of just calling out and fighting, let's rather seek for clarity so that they show us exactly how did they calculate the seats and make us understand how they did it. However, if we find that there are issues within the calculations, because we have mathematicians as well, we are going to request our seats back, and it's going to affect the entire seat allocation for all political parties.
Recapping our top story with news just in, the case of the former National Assembly Speaker Nosidiwe Mapisa-Nqakula has been postponed to the 9th of next month in the Pretoria Magistrates Court. She's accused of soliciting 4 million rand in bribes from a defence contractor during her tenure as Defence Minister. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday. Get up to 10.75% per annum with an 18-month ABSA Dynamic Fixed Deposit account, which allows you to build your financial future. Plus, you'll earn an additional interest rate if you join ABSA Rewards. Join tens of thousands of South Africans who've already taken advantage of this account's flexibility. Open yours now on our banking app or absa.co.za to maximize returns. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Mama Kiti, I heard Rand Water talking on the radio about how dangerous it is for people to encroach on their pipeline servitude.
Yes, those high-pressure Rand Water pipelines are under the ground distributing megaliters of water. When people build on top of the pipeline, Rand Water is unable to conduct maintenance on the pipeline, which has a negative impact on water provision. Pipelines can burst without warning. People could get seriously injured or worse.
Yes, people can die from a bursting pipe. That is why people need to understand that Rand Water servitude is where a Rand Water pipeline is located. If we build our houses or businesses on a Rand Water servitude, then we are encroaching on that servitude. They say if communities want to know whether they've encroached over servitudes, they should look for the Rand Water beacons.
The beacons indicate the presence of Rand Water pipelines under the ground. They're rectangular, made of concrete, are painted either white or blue, and have the Rand Water logo on them.
Let's take a walk around our area to see if there are any Rand Water beacons so that we can also tell the neighbors.
Rand Water, celebrating 120 years of existence and still finding new ways to provide clean, portable bulk water.
Are you blowing your paycheck on car insurance every month? Monica, 39 from Three Rivers, pays just 1,515 Rand a month for her 2018 BMW 320i.
None of the insurance companies has come near to the price I'm paying. I am happy at insurance. I'm going nowhere.
SMS out to 30754 now for a quick quote that could save you hundreds every month. You'll also find out about included benefits like panic assistance and help it out 24-hour roadside assistance. Yusuf, 45 from Tegadal, pays just 700 Rand a month for his 2021 VW Polo.
Help it out. Took the family up to go and see the snow and I got stuck. The service was quick even though it was in a very remote area. Absolutely phenomenal service from our insurance.
SMS out to 30754 now. That's out to 30754. Outsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and limits apply. Premiums are risk profile dependent and reviewed annually. Client comments do not constitute financial advice. The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
Listening to the Talking Point, welcome to the second hour of the show. One of the stories that, of course, we'll continue to watch throughout the morning is just the recovery efforts that are underway in both KZN and the Eastern Cape that have really been the hardest hit by this inclement weather. And one, can't help but think about since our first experience of severe flooding in KZN, almost around 4 or 5 years ago now. Yes, it wasn't the first time that KZN flooded, but I'm talking about in recent times that has triggered what has been a year-on-year experience of heavy rainfall. Where are we with the conversation of building resilient cities, climate resilient cities? One doesn't get a sense that anything in the infrastructure of this province has been changed at all to take into account the fact that the scientists are warning that this is the weather that this province is going to experience from here on, that it's not going to go away. It's absolutely devastating to see the destruction that is left by weather, families that have to pick up from scratch. And yet, if we're not building differently, we're creating a situation for this to be the experience of thousands and thousands of people. So we'll continue to watch then some of those operations underway in KZN and, of course, the Eastern Cape. Brian is standing by. We'll be getting into our finance segment in a moment. Before we do that, lots of your WhatsApp voice notes from the open line. We'll take a few.
Good morning, Kathy. I'm Sweeto from Guatemala. When some of us had either reserved their votes or took them elsewhere, we were called names because ANC had put Jacob Zuma as its president and that of the country. Now chickens have come home to roast because Jacob Zuma is dismantling them, and we are getting what we've always called for, which is accountability of the authorities to the people, because ANC now has to choose the better devil amongst the three, of which I go with the DA, because DA will make sure that they account to the people. If they go with Jacob Zuma or EFF, it will be the same old. Thank you, Kathy.
Auskedi Dumela Roskin Pologwan. The principles that I need the party that I voted for not to give up on: the land question, the inequality, the apartheid special planning, all those things. I mean, whether you like it or not, things cannot continue as they are currently. It's a ticking time bomb. You saw what happened in Eastern Cape last week, people looting the trucks, because we can call it criminality and all that, but then the bottom line is that there's just a lot of people who are hungry in this country and they are frustrated. They've got no meal on the table on a daily basis, while we've got other people who are swimming in a pool of wealth. So something needs to be done in this country. Thank you.
Good morning, Kathy. Lakai, I hope you're good. I'm just reporting most of it to Mona Lady. Secondly, the power cuts, unnecessary power cuts, unplanned power cuts, and the power cuts is about 4 hours. Yeah, Hossein on a thing. I don't know to Tamanakuma. Yeah, it's been happening for the past 4 days now. We don't understand what's going on. Because what's going on? Is it load shedding? Is it reduction or whatever? We don't understand. So, if it's possible for you, or would it go ESCOM, or what's really going on? Because we don't understand. Thank you.
Kathy, good morning. I think with your question about who is the market and what is this market-friendly, coalition that must happen, I think the best person to speak to is Professor Chris Malakani. Having listened to him on television last night with Martin Kingston, it was very interesting. So I would like to listen to him on SAfm and have a debate with others. Very, very strong points that he is bringing to the fore. Teresa, Cape Town.
You can never ask a stupid question. You can only get a stupid answer from me.
Roll another.
If you have a life insurance but you are smoking weed only, do they consider you as a smoker or a non-smoker?
He wants to know that if you smoke weed, marijuana.
But I can tell you, if you tell the insurance company, I don't smoke, but I smoke weed and marijuana, I think they may either load you or decline you.
I know why, man? Yeah, hey, 'cause I'm high, 'cause I'm high, 'cause I'm high. Are you really high, though, man? He really is high, man. Shoop, shoop, shooby-doo-wah. Get jiggy with it. Skippity-bee-bop.
Talking Finance with Brian Hirsch, making sense of your finance.
I tell you what, he's absolutely not high, but I think you're probably the coolest grandpa in Johannesburg, right?
Only Johannesburg? Come, give me some credit.
I'm giving you room to grow. You can see it's tough out there. We mustn't aim too high.
Well, let me say this to you. I'm a 99.976115% yes, Grandpa, and I'm a 0.00172 no, Grandpa. And if you ask my grandchildren, what's your grandpa like, they'll only remember the nose.
I love it. Good morning, Brian
Good
Hirsch.
morning, Kathy. Good morning
It's
to
a
you.
pleasure to have you in studio.
Yeah, lovely to be here. We've been missing each other. The political parties have been taking our program.
Absolutely.
But good to be back. And if you let's put it this way: if you're confused, then you are thinking straight.
You reckon it's that bad?
It's that bad. Because no one knows. There's all this speculation, who they're going to be coalitions with, if there's going to be a coalition, and really no one knows. It's all speculation. But let me just add this, because I listened to your program coming in, and I was very interested in your callers. And there are two different scenarios playing out here. The first is, what is best for the people of South Africa? And bearing in mind so many people not working, so many people can't put bread on the table, the two-pot system coming in later in the year, that's the one scenario. And the other scenario is we talk about what's best for South Africa. Now, when you talk what's best for South Africa, you have to look at the impact of a good outcome and the impact of what is considered internationally as a bad outcome. And if I just think about the manifesto and the conditions laid out by the EFF, I'll just mention two. They talk about nationalising the mines, and they talk about the taking control of the Reserve Bank. So let me ask you, if you're a foreign investor, would that be negative or positive? So that's just something people need to understand in these discussions. But it's twofold. It is the people of South Africa and it is the economy. Because a bad outcome does have an effect on our economy, because it will have foreign investors not investing in South Africa. In other words, creating jobs, and that's critical. We can't in a closed economy create jobs. We need investment in South Africa that is not just in our markets, but in fixed investments, fixed business and so on. Secondly, if the rand goes for a Burton, and I'll talk about that in a moment, but if the rand weakens, that does create inflation. Because the petrol price, which you're going to talk about at 10:30, at the moment the oil price is at around about $78 a barrel, and the rand at 1864 is excellent for the prognosis of the petrol price. And if petrol price comes down, everyone benefits. Those who use transport, even if you're not working, you may be using transport, and food prices. Those are the things that are affected by inflation. So we don't know what's going to happen, but I'll make the point again. It's twofold. It's the people of South Africa and the economy. And that's the difficulties that the parties who are trying to do a coalition have to come to terms with. What? First the people and then the economy.
Brian, lots of people seem to be anxious in this moment around what the future holds. And there's anxiety just around, okay, if there's a coalition between maybe this group of parties, things will be better than between that group of parties. That's part of the conversation that's taking place. But one also gets a sense that anxiety is creeping into how people then imagine their future in this country, managing their finances, because ultimately whatever coalition government comes out of this process is a government that will need to ensure that it is up to the task of solving the big economic issue that we have, which is lack of growth, increasing jobless numbers.
Yeah, that is the problem. That's why I've said it's about the people. It's a fine line. I don't think anyone should be anxious yet and should be reading all the news. Let's see. It's going to happen in the next week or 10 days. We'll hear a lot more. We hope that the parties that come together realise the two components that I've just raised. How are you going to look after people? Because you've got to create jobs. We talk about creating jobs. Strangely enough, on the weekend with all this voting going on, the two-pot system was signed as a bill. It was absolutely amazing that you could think. I mean, we spoke about NHI signed off 2 weeks ago, and now we have the two-pot system signed off, and we're going to deal with that briefly because I did promise to let listeners know what the two-pot system is. But it's quite amazing that the bill was signed off on Saturday.
I think even on Thursday there were several bills that were signed. They were just slipped under the radar. Just a couple of bills for the road just before we go.
Kathy, I'll just share with our listeners. There's a 35. This is the statistics come out, and these are senior people. This is from the South African Economics Forum. It says there's a 35% probability of a minority ANC government. There's a 25% ANC, IFP and the DA. There's a government national unity that's 15%. The ANC, EFF and MK 15%. And then with all the smaller parties joining, a 10% probability. So there's no real winner predicted here. So we're going to have to wait. People mustn't be anxious. You've got 1 week. We waited 7 weeks to vote. If you recall, 3 months, maybe even longer.
Yeah.
Now, in a week or 10 days, it'll be sorted out. But hopefully they will take into account what's best for South Africans and take in some account, because remember, only 20 to 30% of South Africans, even maybe less, are really concerned about the rand and what's happening and their foreign investments and their portfolios. The rest aren't. However, let me say this. Working South Africans who are members of pension funds, their pension funds are diversified between South African investments and global investments. So they do have a vested interest to understand that their portfolios grow to give them that much more at retirement.
So, Brian, when you look at the scenarios that are coming out of institutions like the one you just read there, does this mean that whatever outcome of these coalition talks has been priced into the market, that they're anticipating worst case scenario? So whatever that worst case scenario might be, we shouldn't expect a free fall of the rand and investors fleeing from South Africa.
Well, we will look if there's a good outcome. Look, let me just go back now. I was amazed on Monday morning that the rand strengthened. So the rand won't strengthen on South African buying rands and selling dollars. The rand will weaken on foreigners' view of our elections. And it was very positive. Our rand closed 18.79 to the dollar on Friday, and it opened at around about 18.60 and dropped to 18.50. So the outlook globally was very positive. The markets were up. The markets were up yesterday very strongly. Mining were down, but overall the banks and the markets were up 1.2% yesterday. Global markets were down. So you could see there was a positive feeling about South Africa. Strangely enough, normally when the rand strengthens, our bond market strengthens. Bonds are what's bought by international investors to earn higher rates of interest. Our bond markets weaken a little bit, which is a little bit different to normally the tangent being the same. So going forward, the story is if there's a good outcome, it's likely our rand will strengthen. And I've seen commentators talk about 17 rand 50 to the dollar, which is excellent in terms of inflation, petrol prices, and what they need. If there's a negative outcome or considered a negative outcome globally, not what's negative in South Africa, what may be great for South Africa, because I talk about the people, may be negatively perceived, then we can expect an unfriendly market's uncertainty, and the rand to weaken, the bond market to weaken. But the predictions are, if the rand weakens, maybe back to, I've heard predictions, 22 to the rand, 25 compared to the dollar. That's not going to happen. That's certainly not going to happen. Strangely enough, South Africa has globally a lot of goodwill because of its stance against Israel and what it's been doing. And globally, as you know, 7th of October, the world was very much in favor and supported Israel. Today, the world is saying to Israel, you've got to stop this war. So all I'm making the point is, so it's the global perception that will affect our rand. Our market, there's good value in our market, I must tell you. Our market's underpriced. So, having said that, I hope that just gives you some scenario.
It really does. So let's talk then about what has been signed into legislation under the two-pot retirement system. What does the bill say, Brian?
Well, the bill says it's in now. It's going to come into being on the 1st of September. That's also, when you think about it, 3 months away, June, July, August. But however, in order to facilitate withdrawals, the amendment will still have to be approved by the Financial Sector Conduct Authority. I don't see that being a problem at all. It's all systems goes, and it's hopeful that all retirement systems will be ready and processes to administer the new retirement system. So although it's in force, every company has to have systems in place to administer the system on the 1st. Now, there's been a slight change, which I think is quite positive. In the next 3 to 4 weeks, companies will be communicating with members of pension, provident funds and retirement annuity clients, explaining them fully the process. Now, let me say, I saw a comment yesterday that the low voting was because lack of education. I don't believe that, because there's been so much discussion, so much about but on this two-pot system, people need to be educated. They need to read. They need to ask their employers to have seminars for them to understand the implications. This is one you need to understand before you enter it. But for members over the age of 55, they're going to receive an option letter. They will need to do nothing if they want to retain their status as is. But if they want to participate in the two-pot system, then they will need to complete, there will be certain forms they will need to complete. Now, let me share with our listeners exactly how the two-pot system is going to work. Okay. As at the end of August, whatever you've contributed to pension funds, provident fund, retirement annuities, this will be put into a vested account. And there will be no further contributions going to that account. And from that account, you will be able to draw a one-off 10% of that value with a maximum of 30,000 rand. So if you've got 500,000, that will go into your vested pot, you'll be able to draw not 10% of 50, because it's 50,000, but 30,000. If you've got 200,000, you'll be able to draw 20,000. The future contributions will be divided in two components. That's where the two-pot system comes. There's a savings pot and a retirement pot. The retirement pot will have all future contributions after the 1st of September 2024 will go into one pot, and that will not be able to be touched until retirement. The 1/3 will go to the savings pot, and every year what's in that savings pot you will be able to withdraw. So, example, if you're contributing 900 Rand to your pension, that's what you're contributing now. As at the 1st of August, that will be in the vested pot. The future will be divided 600 to retirement, 300 to the savings. At the end of the year, that 300 times 12 is 3,600. You'll be able to withdraw that out. You need to understand that, because let me make the one disadvantage. Whatever you contribute to a pension or provident fund or retirement annuity is tax deductible. So when you withdraw the money, you're going to pay tax at marginal rates. Let me explain marginal rates. The income, the amount you withdraw will be added to your taxable income. In other words, it'll push up your taxable income, and you'll pay tax with a minimum of 18% and a maximum of 45%. That's why you need to be educated and you need to understand. So when I see that the turnout for the voting for our elections was below 60% and education's blamed on it, I'm talking to our listeners, when you're going to be involved in the two-pot system, get all the details. And if you don't understand, again, call, ask your employer to have seminars for you.
Well, we're going to continue the conversation with Brian Hirsch, and as always, I'll also give you an opportunity to ask your questions to Brian. For now, it's 10:30, time for the latest news headlines.
Good morning. In the headlines, Buffalo City Metro Municipality in the Eastern Cape has confirmed 2 fatalities due to the recent floods that hit the province at the weekend. The death toll in the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro Municipality stands at 7. This takes to 9 the number of people that have died in the province due to the floods. The City of Cape Town's traffic service has cautioned motorists to be careful as flooding is reported on roads across the city. And the case of the former National Assembly Speaker Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula has been postponed to the 9th of next month in the Pretoria Magistrates Court. I'll have details on these and other stories at 11.
Taking a look at your markets this morning, the rand is currently trading at 18 rand 68 to the dollar, 23 rand 89 to the pound, and 20 rand 34 to the euro. Markets in Asia were mixed at the closing bell. The JSE is lower in mid-morning trade. Markets in Europe are red across the board. Gold is trading at $2,337, platinum $1,006 per ounce. The price of Brent crude oil is at $77.22 a barrel.
When my son was accepted for national championships, I wasn't prepared for the costs. Then I remembered that Cash Converters has a 30-day cash advance loan. Just go to your nearest Cash Converters store with your jewelry, electronics, tech, or something valuable. They'll keep it safe for you, and you'll walk out with the cash you need. This loan made it possible for my son's dreams to come true. Now I'm a proud mom of a champion. Cash Converters. We buy, we sell, we loan cash.
The clock is on a downhill towards the world's most prestigious games, with a wide variety of exhilarating action such as aquatics, athletics, gymnastics, boxing, breakdancing, football, and many more. The 6th of June marks 50 days to the Olympics. The world's elite athletes are all eyeing a podium finish. Hashtag the global battle of great athletes. Experience the Olympic Games Paris 2024 from Friday 26 July until Sunday 11 August. Live on SABC TV channels and SABC radio stations. SABC Sport is the official broadcaster of the Olympic Games Paris 2024. For the love of the game.
So, a lady from Air Officini just turned 55, and although I'm still a spring chicken, there's a part of me that envies her, especially since she now qualifies for a Nedbank Electronic Optimum Plus account with capital guaranteed. Talk about FOMI, huh, voice man?
If you mean FOMO, then definitely boss man. And she can earn up to 12.65% interest. Anyone over 55 can open theirs via the Nedbank Money app. Visit our website for more information. See money differently. Nedbank. We're a licensed FSP and registered credits provider. T's and C's apply.
You can never ask a stupid question. You can only get a stupid answer from me.
If you have a life insurance but you are smoking weed only, do they consider you as a smoker or a non-smoker?
He wants to know that if you smoke weed, marijuana.
But I can tell you, if you tell the insurance company, I don't smoke, but I smoke weed and marijuana, I think they may either load you or decline you.
Why, man? Yeah, hey, 'cause I'm high, 'cause I'm high, 'cause I'm high. Are you really high though, man? He really is high, man. Shoop, shoop, shooby-doo-wah. Get jiggy with it. Skippity-bee-bop.
Talking Finance with Brian Hirsch, making sense of your finance.
All right, Brian, I've already got some questions coming in for you on the WhatsApp line. Of course, you can also call in. Today, we are supposed to be doing the last month of the last segment of the month session, which is really where you get to call in and ask Brian all sorts of different questions. So the number to dial this morning, 086 000 2032, on the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. Brian, I've got a question here from Tsepo Mashiro in Akonhoek, who says, I've been reading a lot about the three-pot retirement system, which the president has signed into law. The law speaks about a pension fund, retirement annuity, and preservation fund. May you please ask Brian if there's a difference between these three funds?
Yes, well, the pension and provident fund is where you're a member of a pension fund and a provident fund through your work. A retirement annuity is where you yourself make a contribution voluntarily, and it's nothing to do with your employer. So the two are employer-driven retirement funds, and the other is an individual retirement funds. But the two-pot system will refer to all three. So it's a lot easier maybe at a company rate to get those rules registered. And when I say the companies all have to be ready on the 1st of September, but more important is when it comes to your retirement annuities, every company has to have their own system, and it's for every single policyholder. Maybe a lot harder, but let's hope they all have it all in place by the 1st of September.
Brian, is it likely that some companies will then say, come the 1st of September, that they're not ready, that they still need to work on their internal policies and frameworks, and therefore meaning that those that want to access some of their retirement funds won't be able to do so?
It's possible, and it's the systems. It's their systems, because it's, every company, every employer funded retirement fund or pension or provident fund has a set of rules. Those rules have to be amended. But it's a lot less than amending every single policyholder and putting in systems that, up to now, you contribute to retirement annuity. Companies knew that you couldn't draw at age 55, you could withdraw. Here you've got people withdrawing at any age, at any stage that they want. And it's not only the vested portion that they can draw, it's now, the future contributions will take time, because you're going to make a contribution in September to the two-pot system. You're not going to want to withdraw at the end of September. So that system, it's the first system that's got to be in place. It is possible, and I can tell you, any of those companies do have it, they will receive a lot of flack.
I've got a follow-up question, and it's around the tax that has to be paid on this 30,000 rand that people will be able to withdraw from the two-pot system. Our listeners is saying, but after tax, that 30,000 rand ends up around 19,000 rand. I think this is probably in his case, but of course that figure is going to look different depending on the kind of tax bracket that one is in already.
Yes, because understand, let's assume you're earning 20,000 rand a month. For the year you earn 240,000. Let's assume you get a bonus of another 20,000 at the end of the year. That's 260. Now let's assume you draw the 30,000 out of the pot. Your 260 becomes 290. And just to give an example, at 237 you're paying 18% tax. If you get another 30,000, you pay 26. At 370,000, you're paying you're going to be paying at every rand above that 31%, at 500,000 36%, at 673,000 39%, and at 1.817 million you're going to be paying 45%. So everyone's tax rate is different. That's why I'm saying get educated, because you think you're going to get your 30,000 and you think that every year you'll be able to withdraw, it's going to be taxable, because future, you've actually had a tax deduction on the contribution you've made, and therefore if you're now going to withdraw it, revenue saying, hold on, you got the tax deduction, we now want our tax back, because the tax deduction purpose is for retirement, not for withdrawal. That has not been amended.
Brian, if one looks at the tax regime that will apply here, it means that those that are on the lower spectrum of tax contributions will benefit the most from a system like this.
Yes, up to 237,000. That's just under 20,000. You're talking about 18%. So let's assume you draw the 30,000. At 18%, you're paying 5,400 rand in tax. So you're not going to get the 30,000. You're going to get 24,600 rand. And if you're at 370,000, which is 30,000 rand a month, above that you're going to pay 31%, which 31% on 30,000 is over 9,000 rand. So the tax consideration, Old Mutual, and I haven't seen any statements. I use this from what I read last year. Old Mutual is expecting 1 million retirees, people in employment, still working to make use of this two-pot system. And the tax is a very big negative.
Yeah.
Understand it.
So, we all just have to do our homework.
And then I haven't even mentioned the disadvantage of withdrawing, paying the tax, is you're going to have that much less in your fund at retirement. I mean, a 40-year-old, just to use that example, a 40-year-old who retires at 65 and draws that 30,000 at age 40, and let's assume the fund achieves a 9% return, that 30,000 rand is worth 240,000 rand at retirement.
Sure. Yeah. It's a big opportunity cost.
Yeah, it's 240,000 rand less.
Although, in the context of the conversation, right, if we go back to why this was triggered in the first place, it was to help people now. But the question is, how much further is that 20,000 going to take you today versus the 200,000 that you would have gotten on retirement?
Yeah, well, I worked on that on a 30,000 and a 40-year-old drawing that money. Then let's assume their tax rate is 25%. They're only going to get 22,500. They're going to use it. Don't use it for holidays or anything frivolous. If you're in big debt and you're paying ridiculous rates, that's certainly one reason. But also bear in mind you're going to have less in your pot at retirement.
All right. Quintess from Gqeberha. Can Brian please explain, when a person resigns or gets fired and can't pay to the two-pot system, what then happens with the money?
No. If you leave your job, all vested portions up to the 31st of August will be available. You can do what you like. You can withdraw it. If you withdraw, remember, you only get 27,500 rand tax-free. Then you pay tax on the withdrawal tables, and the tax tables start at 18% and go up to as much as 36%. That is intact. It's vested. You can draw that. Going forward, for people under the age of 55, going forward, you will not be able to take any of that retirement money that you've saved in the 2/3 pot. You'll only be able to take the money in the 1/3 pot if you resign. But, or fired, or retrenched, or die. Just bear that in mind. Very important.
All right. Let me go to Grafreinet. Is it Leland? Good morning, or Leland?
Hi, good morning, Kathy. Speaking to Leland. Hi, morning, Brian.
Good morning to you.
Hi, Brian. You just answered my question now to the listener in your WhatsApp message. But I have one question. For example, you say you can't get your retirement. Say, for example, I have a bond of 500,000. Now I lose my job. I get fired. I can't pay my bond. Now I don't have a job. I have a retirement period. I'm a 40-year-old person. what I'm going to do in a situation like that. Must I lose my house now?
No.
No.
No, Len, if you fired, or as I say, retrenched, the vested portion you can draw. That may not be and I'm only repeating this for other listeners. It may not be advisable to withdraw it. You may need to preserve it in your own retirement fund to save the tax. But going forward, if you're fired, if you're retrenched, anything happens, all the funds that you've contributed to becomes available.
Only the pot, the money in the vested pot comes available.
No, everything.
Or if you get fired, even the retirement.
Yeah.
Retirement also.
Yeah, all becomes available.
Okay, just wanted to thank you, Brian. Thank you, Kathy.
Pleasure.
All right, thanks for the question. Anonymous in the Free State. Good morning, Anonymous.
Good morning, Sis Kathy, and good morning, Brian.
Good morning to you, Anonymous.
Brian, I'm 62-year-old, and I'm contemplating retiring anytime soon. Now, I've got both a retirement annuity and pension fund provident fund by Alexander Forbes. Okay, Liberty. And now, how do I choose? Because I once attended one of their seminars. How do I choose whether I take my pension to Liberty or to Alexander? Or I also made another inquiry from Alan Gray. Okay, and then the quotation that I also got from Liberty was about 20-year guarantee on the income. Okay, and then which explains that after 20 years, when I die, nobody gets anything. Okay. Now, I just want to know what does one consider when you want to, let's say, move from take my annual my retirement annuity to Liberty or to Alexander or Alan Gray? What do I look for? And then the last one, I'm not intending to do any withdrawal on the two-pot system. Is that an option that I have? Thank you.
Okay, firstly, the option is yes, you do, because anyone over the age of 55 can either opt in or opt out of the system, so you have no problem. Look, retiring is part of a jigsaw puzzle. And you've got to consider each corner and the middle. You know, everyone getting it in. You know, you take a game of bingo. Everyone gets the free. In the middle, you get the free position. And I always liken that to very much the will. That is the cornerstone of a financial plan. And then you've got estate planning, tax planning, retirement planning, and investment planning. And I use those as the corners of that bingo card. So when you say, I've got Alexander Forbes and I've got Liberty, what you need to do is you need to sit with a financial advisor and work together on both pieces of the jigsaw puzzle. Don't do one and the other, because you're mentioning to me 20-year guarantee, which means you are buying a fixed annuity, as you say. Your fixed annuity is guaranteed to you for 20 years, and if you're still alive, you're only 62, but if you're still alive at 82, the pension stops. It then depends on how much you plan to withdraw, because if you're drawing a small amount, then perhaps a living annuity is a better option for the long term, because your life expectancy and inflation are the two concerns. And then you've got the other retirement annuity. So you need to sit with someone who can look at the whole thing holistically, not bit by bit. That is going to be a problem. When you start looking at investments bit by bit, it becomes problematical. And that's what I say to so many people who phone me and say, I've got 100,000, I've got 200,000, what must I do with it? And I say, to start with, you must do nothing with it until you understand how that fits in to either your jigsaw puzzle or this bingo card. How does every piece fit in to make it congruent? So what I'm saying to you is sit with a financial advisor, contact someone. You can, even Alexander Forbes, who've got very good financial advisors. They're independent financial advisors. You can contact the Financial Planning Institute. I'm giving a little bit of information for other people who may have a similar interest in this question, but put it all together so you can fully understand how all these pieces come to give you, firstly, what do you need now at age 62? What will you need at age 63 with inflation, and so on? What are your expenses? So it's a much bigger exercise than just saying, Alexander Forbes have offered me this, Liberty have offered me that. Anonymous, I hope that helps you.
Thank you very much. I think I will contact you on your private line.
All right, Anonymous. All the best. Brian, I've got a follow-up question, and I think it's related to what Leland in Grafrenet had asked. He says, Brian, you answered wrong the guy who asked if he can get fired and what about his bond. What if a person starts working after the implementation of the two-pot system? After 20 years, all his money is trapped in the system and there's no money in the third pot. What happens if that guy is retrenched? Will he still be able to access those funds to pay for bond, school fees and whatever else?
Well, there's no third pot, because if you haven't contributed before, you don't have any value in a fund at the 31st of August. You've now got future contributions, and those future contributions are divided 2/3, 1/3. 2/3 goes into the retirement fund, which cannot be touched until retirement. I'll come back to that. And I said until retirement. The 1/3 pot, which is the 1/3 of your contributions, can be touched on a yearly basis. But if you're retrenched or fired, you have access to the 2/3 pot, because on withdrawal you have access. It's only if you want to, if you now want to withdraw that you can't do it, but you can withdraw. I've actually got a note here, and let me just get to that note. Okay. I thought I had a note here. I don't have a note here.
Okay. That's okay, Brian. In the meantime, you might find it sometime. In the meantime, I want to take Alfred in Eshowe. Alfred, good morning.
Morning, how are you?
I'm well, thank you, Alfred. Go for it.
I'm working as a security in Eshowe. My company changed money for Provident Fund. I want to know whether is there any risk if you have some other companies. It was Old Mutual. Now they said they removed to serious companies. That one that we don't know. They never tell us. We found after we investigate on that note.
Okay, well, you have every right to get any information from the trustees of a fund, giving you information in terms of what benefits there are, what changes have been made. There should be a circular sent out to you. The trustees would have made a decision, and they would have made a decision based on a few considerations. One is the fees being paid to company versus the fees, maybe the investment results, maybe poor service, but certainly you're entitled to ask your HR department to please give you information why they made the move. You also are entitled to a membership statement. Your membership statement, you may end up getting 2 membership statements simply because one may be for the past company and one in the future.
Lastly, I want to ask, before we ask about the Redfin, they are shared. You never come to us and explain to us what happened there.
Before you asked about what shares, Alfred?
For Redfin, that one for a hotel, Blue Indian Ocean Hotel in Durban.
Oh, I think that Brian did come back on that issue, because it was a couple of months ago that it was raised, hey? Around February, March, if I'm not mistaken. Remember that scheme, Brian, where people were encouraged to invest in hotel chains, and people like Alfred put monies into that, but since then have been unable to get hold of the company. You did look into it, but you had said that it went nowhere at the time.
Nowhere at that time. Yeah. Look, and again, let me just make this point to listeners. Please don't get involved in any scheme that sounds too good. If it's too good to be true, it is too good to be true. I mean, there are good investments. There are good investment houses. You don't need to be going looking, because these investment houses have got professionals. They know what they're doing. They're making investments. And therefore, it's important that you understand what you're investing in. So stay away from these schemes that sound great, but they're not branded. You don't know who they are, really. And the reason they come to the public is because they can't raise money from institutions or banks, so they come to the public because it's a lot easier to raise money. Some of these may work. They raise money and they make investments. They may build hotels and do all these things. But I'm saying it's never a problem to get in. How do you get out? How do you get out of these closed schemes? Who's going to buy your shares, and at what price are they going to buy them? So stay away from them. But there was nothing I could find out there.
All right. I've got more questions for you coming through from the WhatsApp line, Brian. I'm going to take, looking at the time, I think let's play 2 voice notes, and then we'll see if we've got time for more.
Hi, Kathy and Brian. Sorry if I am misdirecting the whole conversation, but I just want to go back to this RA thing. I've got a friend who wants to withdraw their RA. Apparently, it is an old mutual product, but she's being told because of the two-pot system, she's not able to withdraw it. She has to wait for the 1st of September. I was under the impression that you can always withdraw your RA at any time, regardless of the amount or the value, and you would just be subjected to the tax. Could you give us some clarity on that, or just shed some light whether it is a product limitation or it is actually indeed now some sort of a fact?
Good morning, Kathy. Just ask Brian there. All these people that are government employees and things like that whose pensions are managed by the PIC and the government employee funds and everything like that. If they vote the ANC, okay, there's a bit of safety there. But if they vote MK and EFF and the banks are nationalised and the mines are nationalised and the land is expropriated and everything like that, their pensions are going to be worth nothing, because when investment flees this country, all that money that the PIC is worth and everything will disappear. All pension funds invested in companies, white monopoly capital, will disappear. So people need to be careful that they're not just looking at the surface of things. They need to dig down deep. Mark from Cape Town.
For that, I'll just mention, because it's the one I remember the most. Mark, let me add this point to you very simply. This is a consideration that will be taken in flight of capital. But we've got a lot of our pension funds are invested 45% offshore. So let me put this way, if there's flight of capital and our rand appreciates, your offshore investments become that much greater. There's also good companies in South Africa. If we are a closed economy and we've got companies doing well, there's still opportunities in South Africa. Our minerals are still, no matter what, our minerals are still in demand when there's a bull market on minerals. So I hear you, and we're just going to have to wait to hear. Everyone is predicting doomsday, and all I said at the beginning of the program, let's wait to see what happens. The discussions between the various parties have got to concern themselves, as I said, and I'll repeat it. What's best for the people of South Africa, and taking into account what you just raised, and what's best for the South African economy. They have to look at it, but our people do come first. And then to repeat to the caller I had who asked about the girlfriend, no one can withdraw from a retirement annuity before age 55. You can only draw after the age of 55. Only one condition: if you are disabled, you can, and I think if the retirement annuity is under 15,000. Thereafter, if now there's a concession because of the two-pot system allowing anyone, even under age 55, to withdraw the 30,000 rand. So I repeat, if your lady friend, I can't remember, was it his wife or can't remember. Anyway,
it was his friend, Brian.
It was your friend. Okay, sorry. Your friend cannot withdraw under the age of 55, but you will have that allowance. That'll change. On the 31st of September, she can draw that 30,000. And I repeat again, for others who may have missed it, anything you withdraw will be taxed at your marginal rate, will be added to your income, and you'll pay tax accordingly.
So Brian, just to make sure that I understand too, with the retirement annuities, if you're under age 55, then you'll be able to access up to 30,000 rand after the 1st of September.
No, if your fund is above 300,000. because it's 10% of the value of your fund. So, but if your value of your fund is 500, you'll still only be able to take 30. But if it's 200,000, you'll only be able to access 10% of 200,000, which is 20,000. If it's 250, 25,000.
So that will happen for everybody.
Yes.
So the disclaimer of needing to be above 55 before you can access those funds, that falls away.
Yes. But at 50, but those at 50, everyone under 55 will automatically go into this two-pot system. Those over 55 can elect whether they want to go into it or not. They will get a form, which it'll probably say, if you want nothing done, don't reply. But if you want to join the two-pot system, please complete the form. Speak to your employers. Ask your employers now to get their pension consultants to come in and give the staff the information and let them help them, guide them through what is going to happen.
It also sounds like we need to do a bit more work on the system, especially given how it's also going to affect different age groups.
Well, Kathy, we may have one person from an employee group of 100. That employee, go back to your employee group and say you were listening to this program and this is what you need to do. So hopefully we can get the message through and educate the public, educate those of the advantages and the disadvantages.
All right. Brian, it's time for you to get out of here. Your number for
you're
our
kicking me
listeners.
out.
Of course I am.
011-880-4888.
It's been real, Brian.
Lovely seeing you, Kathy.
Thanks for your time today.
See you.
Brian back again next week. It's 11 o'clock.
In our top stories, death toll in Eastern Cape, flood deaths rises, and Mapisa Ngakula corruption case postponed. Good morning. Buffalo City Metro Municipality in the Eastern Cape has confirmed 2 fatalities due to the recent floods that hit the province at the weekend. The death toll in the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro Municipality stands at 7. This takes to 9 the number of people that have died in the province due to the floods. More than 3,000 people in Nelson Mandela Bay have lost their belongings, including homes. The Metro says it has identified land on which it will erect temporary structures to accommodate those who are affected. The Executive Mayor, Princess Faku, says they plan to visit the families of the deceased.
Yesterday we were about 1.3. Now we're around 3,364 people that are affected by the floods. 2 fatalities, 2 people passed away since yesterday. Having an engagement with the Minister and MEC of Human Settlement on the virtual platform just to look at the effect of the disaster in the city. We've identified pieces of land. The only thing now that we're waiting for is for the National Department of Human Settlement to erect the temporary structures.
Meanwhile, the N2 between John Talant and the M4 off-ramps going towards Gqeberha from Makanda remains closed. Workers are currently removing the rocks and debris from the Indian Ocean. The road has been closed since the early hours of this morning following a high tide that swept rocks and sand onto the road. Roads Agency Sunral's Regional Manager Mbulelo Peterson.
So we advise motorists either to turn off the N2 at the Motherwell interchange or at the M3, that is John Talant interchange. We expect the road to be open by 1 o'clock this afternoon.
The City of Cape Town's traffic service has cautioned motorists to be careful as flooding is reported on roads across the city. Earlier, the city issued a warning for disruptive rain and localized flooding on roads and in informal settlements for today and tomorrow. The Traffic Services spokesperson Kevin Jacobs says motorists should make provision for extra travel time.
Flooding has been reported in the right and centre lane on the N2 outbound before Lespic Parkway. Both lanes are closed. Strand Street in and outbound between Nelson Mandela and Buitekan Street. On 35th Avenue northbound after Lavis Drive, the left lane is flooded. Motorists are advised to please be cautious and to allow for extra travelling time to reach their destination.
The Pretoria Magistrates Court has postponed the former National Assembly Speaker Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula's criminal matter to the 9th of next month when an indictment will be served. Mapisa-Nqakula is accused of soliciting 4 million rand in bribes from a defence contractor during her tenure as Defence Minister. She faces 12 counts of corruption and 1 of money laundering. During her last court appearance, she was granted bail of 50,000 rand. The state intends to enroll the matter in the High Court and has decided not to add another accused. Henry Mamutame is the Independent Directorate spokesperson.
After engaging further with the evidence that was before us, remember this person was only going to be charged with 1 count of money laundering. So after careful consideration, the investigating directorate decided not to pursue this person further.
And finally, the Nigerian government has improved its offer to public sector workers who have begun an indefinite strike over demands to increase the minimum wage. It follows emergency talks with labour unions. The BBC's Azizat Ulawa reports.
The government has committed themselves to saying that they are open to increasing the minimum wage to more than what they initially proposed. So what the federal government initially offered was to just double the current minimum wage to $42. But after an emergency meeting yesterday evening, we understand that President Tinubu is committed to increasing it even further. But what the figure is going to be, we'll have to wait until the end of the week because that's what is agreed upon by both parties to negotiate.
Recapping our top story, Buffalo City Metro Municipality in the Eastern Cape has confirmed 2 fatalities due to the recent floods that hit the province at the weekend. This takes to 9 the number of people that have died in the province due to the floods. For SAfm News, I am Ann Musa.
SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide. Top Sport with Michael Abramson.
Former Springbok legend Lawrence Sepaka. The Bulls in second place at the moment. They want some form, obviously, going into the knockout. So a key match here. Do you think the Sharks will spoil the party, or do you think they've had their fun last weekend? Now it's the Bulls' chance to dominate.
I think the Bulls must actually think those guys are still on cloud 9 after their absolute great win, the APCR final, when they did us all very proud in England. And I think the Sharks, they've turned a corner because remember they made a great investment in terms of building their brand, getting the right players, getting all the stock in, but the results were not coming. I think they were just getting that one right. It would be a massive opportunity for them to actually think now they've arrived. Remember, if they can beat the Bulls at the Sharks tank, then the followers will start believing that, listen, things are coming together nicely.
Top Sport on SAfm. The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
Hi, Kathy. I would like to say thank you to Brian for educating us about the living annuity versus a life annuity. And it's just a great pity that the insurance companies really made money out of each and every person who had a life cover or a disability cover during COVID and couldn't pay the installments. It's a pity that couldn't be frozen for a couple of years, the amount before they actually cashed that in, because we all really lost that kind of cover that we have contributed to 20 years or 15 years, etc.
Good morning to you, Kathy, and to Brian, and to Blebo, Lecheco, and Kanya. It's Scully. My input, man, in the thing is I'm a pensioner. It doesn't affect me in any way, anyway. But I always listen to the favorite man, Brian. Brian gives good inputs. But about this retirement thing, when you work for a company, I think they should be just straightforward. Whatever is due to you, put it in the bank. How you use it, what you do, it's your business. But give you advice, this financial advice like Brian Hayes does. Okay, yeah, don't make it too complicating. Thank you. Good show, Brian.
Morning, Kathy. Good show as always, man. Andres from Mondio. I just want the clarity on these things that keeps on cropping up again and again. The issue of the IEC screen went off for about 2 hours. I just want to know whether that screen, is it a counting machine or is just a reflection? Because I guess my common sense says someone else, somewhere else, does the reading and upload the results. Just like it would happen with the production house and TV. I think what we see on TV is what has been produced by a production company. Same as with what we see on the screen of the IEC at the Rock was something that was worked behind the scenes by someone else, including the auditors and the IEC officials, and then uploaded on the screen. Does this make sense, or maybe I'm lost? Please help me on this one. Thank you so much.
Thank you for those WhatsApp voice notes. It's 9 after 11 o'clock. Welcome to the third and final hour of the Talking Point. Coming up in this hour, we are going to be looking at understanding coalition governments. Can they work successfully? What are the lessons that we can learn from coalition governments elsewhere in the world? I don't even want to say elsewhere on the continent, elsewhere in the world, although we do have examples on the continent, by the way, of coalition governments. Joining us for this conversation, Professor William Gumede. He's the founder and executive chairperson of the Democracy Works Foundation at Wits University. Prof. Gumede, good morning to you. Thanks for your time this morning.
Good morning, and it's lovely to speak to you. Good morning to your listeners. I'm not feeling very well, so just apologies beforehand to listeners.
No problem at all, Prof. Thank you for making the effort to still speak to us, despite the fact that you're feeling a little bit shaky. Pranish Desai is a senior data analyst in the Governance Insights and Analytics program at Good Governance Africa. Pranish, welcome back to studio. Good to have you again.
Thanks, Kathy. It's great to be back and back with your listeners again.
And Lulu White is the chairperson of Election Management Consulting Agency of Africa. Lulu, good morning to you too.
Good morning, Kathy. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Thank you all for being here today to have this conversation. It is a timely conversation in the context that we find ourselves in as a country. But of course, it's a conversation that people like yourselves have been looking at way beyond this moment, right? Because this is a moment that has been predicted by many. Professor Gumede, perhaps just more holistically, have we as a country done enough to look at this conversation of coalition government and how this moment would or should unfold leading up to actually getting here? So in the last 12 months that it has become clear that the ANC faced the risk of going below 50%, did we do enough to understand what it takes to establish a coalition government at a national level?
Thank you for the question. No, I have to say quite clearly, no, we didn't do enough. I was co-chair in late February for SARGA's forum that made proposals for an election law, which we gave to government, but it wasn't acted on. As a result, now we are going into a coalition without any legal framework or any law. And it really is going to demand maturity from political party leaders now to negotiate coalitions without any framework or any law to guide them.
Prof, why is it important that there be some kind of legal framework?
I mean, legal frameworks obviously is not a panacea. You can have legal frameworks, as we've seen in South Africa, that but people just ignore it. But it's quite important, just for guidance. Just now the practicality. I mean, our law says that there's 14 days to put together a government. Now that really is very steep. I mean, it's not often very practical. In some other countries in Europe, they often take months, sometimes even 6 months to negotiate a coalition. So that, for example, was one of the first things that should have been changed. We should have at least made it to 30 days or a little bit longer. So now the pressure is really on to put together a coalition within 14 days.
Pranesh, let me come to you. In the absence of a legal framework or, some kind of law, there, of course, then is the question of best practice. So which are the countries that we can look at as South Africa, where they have had successful coalitions, and the lessons that we can learn from that? And Prof Gumede is right, because when we look at the frameworks from SALGA, South African academics and those involved in this conversation have been looking at the likes of Denmark, Germany, Belgium, Namibia as examples of coalition governments. What would you say that those countries have been able to get right with their coalitions?
So I think that it does help in those countries that there's a general sense that the political parties act in a more mature way when interacting with one another. But, in the context of what Professor Gumede says, I think it is important to highlight that there should be some sort of national framework that provides some guidelines on how to proceed with coalitions. But it's also important that citizens get more used to this way of governing. We've been used to, in South Africa, having basically a dominant party in power for 30 years, including in most provinces as well, and in a lot of municipalities. And it will require an adjustment from citizens as well. You'll suddenly have to, especially if you're quite a partisan citizen who, say, identifies very strongly with the political beliefs of one particular party, you'll have to learn to compromise on those yourself, because currently the way the system's set up is to encourage this sort of power sharing over the long run. And you're going to have to get used to the fact that perhaps your political party might have to abandon some of the key planks of its manifesto, simply as a matter of fact, virtue of the consequence of the fact that your party hasn't got a majority anymore, or is unable to attain a majority if you are primarily voting for opposition parties. So there's a lot for political parties to learn, and there's lessons for citizens themselves to learn. The most crucial ingredient in any democracy is the citizen, and so it's very important to hold the political parties accountable, including by encouraging them as much as possible and pressurizing them to make public any agreements they strike. But at the same time, citizens will need to start getting more and more involved in the governance of their country. It's the only way in which this will work.
Lulu, let me bring you into this conversation. Do you believe that there are countries that South Africa can be looking at that can guide the coalition path that we are on?
I think there are countries that South Africa can look at. I think Germany is one of those countries. Finland also is another country that South Africa can look at. Netherlands as well. I think the biggest challenge in South Africa that we have is that there's currently no threshold on which parties can get into a coalition or not. And that has basically exposed the country to a lot of instability. I mean, we've seen in the municipalities and the metros where we've had coalitions, we've seen the instability there. And as a result, service delivery has suffered. I also agree with what the professor said in his opening when he said that we have a missed opportunity in South Africa. I think all of us have been aware that with the declining popularity of the ANC, the one party, the one majority party country is going to be diluted. Obviously, we've seen it also. We've seen the trend also during local government elections. Popularity of the governing party declining obviously means that we are going to have to be considering coalitions. So So as a country and legislatures, we missed an opportunity basically to get into an agreement where these thresholds were introduced early on and people knew exactly what the likelihood of what coalition is going to go about. So there are countries, like I said, Germany, Netherlands, and Finland that actually have these thresholds. And as a result of those thresholds, even though they have coalitions, there's a bit of stability in how the countries are ran. So I think there are countries we can mimic, but it's failed opportunities that we don't have legislation or a guarding document that's going to guard all these political parties that get into these coalitions to ensure that service delivery is not compromised and that the needs of the people in the country are actually taken care of.
Our approach, Professor Gumede, where coalitions are concerned in South Africa is that the political party is at the center of it, but the political party also seems to be the one driving, leading, contributing to the conversation. There doesn't seem to be a space for anybody else, at least on an official basis, in those talks. Is that the way that it is elsewhere in the world?
First, just have to say that we really will have to bring the citizens much more involved in putting together coalitions and civil society and media. Now, I think the reason why quite a number of coalitions at a local level failed is because of lack of transparency. Many political parties put coalitions together and they don't tell anyone. They don't even tell their members. So there's no one that can hold them accountable when they just quit the coalition. I think if, for example, we get greater transparency, that will hold people or parties and leaders more accountable to follow the agreements. And secondly, also, I think parties and leaders must also seek mandates from their voters and citizens and their members. That is important. We haven't seen that. Party leaders often come up with policies and positions without consulting their members and their voters. So I think it's going to be really important. And then lastly, also, we have to make these agreements public. So we can have a wider debate around it, and citizens can debate around it. So I think that is the missing link, lack of citizens and civil society involvement, and lack of transparency because we don't know what are in these agreements.
How do we practically bring citizens into the process? So the people have voted. This is the outcome of their vote. Again, you now have political parties putting together these negotiating groups that are going, to wine and dine each other and have a sense of what are the other parties saying. How would we practically bring in the contribution of citizens into those conversations? Because these are by form closed conversations. So how else could we be reimagining what is happening currently?
I do understand that that these processes are naturally closed, but I think there's quite a bit of room for transparency. For example, after elections, parties before an election often have specific positions on who they're going to work with and who they're not going to work with. But then when it comes to coalition time after elections, they then will have to work with parties that are rejected in the past. So I think there could be more transparency around that. Clear statements to the public and to members of parties to say, look, yes, we campaigned that we won't work with party X or Y, but now political landscape has changed after elections. We are going to work with him and so on, and then set it out and explain it to the public and explain it to the members, and then the members, and then also in some instances, depending on time, there could be, for example, a ballot of the party's members to see if they agree with it. And then again, once these agreements are concluded, it could be made public, and party members and supporters must then be allowed to engage with it and to reject parts of it, or to come up with different kind of proposals to make it better.
Pranish, getting the voice of people into these agreements, getting greater transparency, how else could that be happening? I'm listening to Professor Gumeda's suggestion. I'm thinking, well, in the context of South Africa, practically you can't do all of this in a space of 14 days. Let alone 12, which is the countdown that we are officially on now. But it doesn't mean that people don't want their voices heard. It doesn't mean they don't want their voices reflected in the choices that political parties make when entering into these coalition agreements.
Sure. So I think here the answer lies in getting citizens involved early on in the legislative process as well. So I'll give a practical example. Just a week before the election, the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs put out an amendment bill that tabled in Parliament, and it's currently open for public comment. The deadline is the 5th of July. So, and this specifically concerns the functioning of hung councils, so councils where no party has a majority in local government, which is obviously the level of government closest to the citizen. Citizens now have this opportunity, while all this national and provincial, stuff is going on, to actually get involved in this bill in terms of commenting publicly on it. Perhaps that might, give some scope for revising aspects of it if the public so deems, and also whether, it's incumbent on civil society organizations to make sure that they're active, not only in commenting on this sort of bill themselves, but in trying to encourage the public who are able to comment on it, including your listeners as well. I'm doing that right now, to comment on it. It is publicly available. I think the Parliamentary Monitoring Group has uploaded a version of it. It should also be on the COGTA website. And, have a look at that. Get involved in it. Learn more about coalitions. And, make a comment on it. And potentially you will be starting to influence the way these discussions evolve over time. Coalitions are here to stay, and there'll be many battles where transparency will not be the outcome of it, unfortunately. But there will be many other battles where it will be. And the only way in which those battles can be won is by citizens playing a greater role, by civil society playing a greater role, by being proactive about it, and by taking advantage of opportunities like the fact that that bill has this period that still goes on for another month where they can actually comment on it.
Lulu?
Hi.
In this moment, your own views of how the voices of people can be represented, that the outcome and the legitimacy of the government that is formed is not undermined?
So I think public consultations we're rather late. We're past that stage as a country. We can do public consultations. However, there are citizen engagement platforms that we can actually use. We've got social media that can also be used. So political parties would need to actually find ways to have national dialogues with people via social media. I mean, we've been seeing it trending on TikTok. We've been seeing the coalitions trending also on Twitter with all sorts of assumptions that are being made. Those platforms, and I'm saying social media polls particularly because those platforms are much more open. Yes, we can argue that, but it won't cover people that are in rural areas. But it'll give us a sampling, basically, of where the direction of the country is, or what the people of the country are thinking, right? So having something like that, there's basically various ways that social media can be used to make sure that there's some sort of dialogue and participation that is happening from the people. Because from where we stand as citizens of the country, we're all very concerned. People are saying, how can two political parties that have completely different ideological ideas, how can they come in and govern a country? What about the needs of the majority of the people? And we're people that are saying we don't want our politics as a country to mix with the left. So you realize that there's a really huge concern. But I also think that this is also an opportunity, apart from just the sampling. I think to plan for the future, because clearly coalitions have become a part of our history, a part of our lives as South Africans. Perhaps this is something the IEC needs to start looking at in terms of planning for the future, where it is incorporated in part of whether it's voter education, civic education, and the teaching around it also culminates and takes into account those discussions with the public, with the voters post-elections. So I think public consultation is a bit too late, but you've got surveys, polls, you've got social media that we can actually use to drive and have this discussion, because the conversations are already happening. It's just that they would need to be a bit more tailored and a bit more directed to see a proper sampling of what South Africans would like to see in their coalition government.
And perhaps it's also important to mention the fact that South Africa joins a long list of countries globally that have now fallen into the scope of those that form coalition governments. So certainly what is happening in this country is not unique to what we're seeing in other parts of the world, especially given the fact that the state of our economy has been has not been progressive. We've had very little economic growth, and this seems to be one of the big drivers, actually, that leads to coalition governments, because you have extreme moves either to the left or to the right, Lulu.
True, that's very true. I think it's also very important to have that discussion, in the sense that this is not unique. And I mean, even the decline of the ANC, for example, is not a unique occurrence. I mean, we've seen even on the continent, particularly in the SADC, where the liberating movement, after 20 years, they actually do take a decline. So there's nothing that is unique that is happening in South Africa that's not happened elsewhere. And it's important to actually also have that in context when we try to understand the importance of these coalitions and how they can move our country forward. So it's very important that we have a clear, and it's not a failing of one party over another. It's just a part of a growing democracy. Unfortunately, when democracy goes, the various aspects of the community and our society that actually change. The younger people are coming up. There's a lot more challenges that the country faces than they did in 1994, for example. We all had one common goal, as a country, but now all of that has changed. So it's very important also to have that discussion, to say this is not only unique to South Africa, and this is not something that is going to be here today, it's gone tomorrow. It's going to be a permanent feature of our democracy, and this is how we need to handle it. And I think the legislation and building a proper framework around it would also guide those discussions, so that people begin to understand that this is something that is a part of our democracy, it's part of our governance model that we need to start managing as a country.
We're going to continue the conversation in a moment. It's time for your latest news headlines.
In news making headlines for this hour, some of the homes that a storm damaged in Utongati, north of Durban yesterday, have been looted. Residents have described the storm as a tornado which struck in the afternoon. In other news, Buffalo City Metro Municipality in the Eastern Cape has confirmed 2 fatalities due to the recent floods that hit the province at the weekend. The death toll in the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro Municipality now stands at 7. And lastly, the Pretoria Magistrate Court has postponed the former National Assembly Speaker Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula's criminal matter to the 9th of next month, when an indictment will be served. The state intends to enroll the matter in the High Court and has decided not to add another accused. I'll be back at 12 with more news. For SAfm News, good morning. I'm Eva Chipa.
Hi there, John Gericke here, presenter of The Weekend, a music show between 10 and midnight on a Saturday and Sunday night. I got into big trouble for the last promo that I made telling you about my show. Apparently, the boss says that I can't say and what. So, I will promise to keep it clean in this promo. So, no more and all I'm going to do is tell you about the great music that I will be playing between 10 and midnight on Saturday and Sunday nights.
The Chill Zone with Bertha Charuma.
When do you know this is not good for me? This is not healthy at all.
One of the things that we often talk about is you've got to look at your ratio of good times versus bad times and look at the extent of which the bad times are. All relationships will have certain ups and downs, but you shouldn't be spending more time crying. You shouldn't be spending more time sad unhappy because of the relationship than you do happy. People tend to focus too much on the good and ignore the bad, and that's the problem.
Linda Yende joining us, relationship coach.
Bertha Charuma, Fridays 8 p.m. to 12 a.m.
Amidst misinformation and disinformation, where can we find reliable news? Turn to radio, your trusted source for truthful updates. For over 3 decades, we've upheld integrity as a signatory to the BCCSA Broadcasting Code of Conduct. Count on us for news you can trust. Say no to fake news. Radio, keeping it real since day one. A message from the National Association of Broadcasters. Tune in, trust, and stay informed.
SAfm Sunrise with Stephen Grootes.
The reason that this is happening, the reason people feel the way they do is because of what happened in 2021. Sham, have things changed in Phoenix since then? I mean, has there been any healing, or is fear still the major sort of emotion at the moment? Is that really the problem here?
Well, I think since 2021, we've been very busy with communities from Bombay, from Inanda, from Zulisha. These were the affected areas. We are having various projects and programs which are currently also happening. And, this kind of thing is going to take a long time to heal. But we're very happy. I mean, in the next 1 week, in June 16, we're having in Inanda, where children from Phoenix would be interacting with Phoenix children from Bombay on the issue of debate. We are hopeful that there is going to be peacing and lasting peace in the near future.
Sham Maharaj, thanks very much indeed. Phoenix Ubuntu Forum Coordinator.
SAfm Sunrise with Stephen Grootes, 6 to 9 a.m. Kathy Motlatlana on SAfm.
We continue the conversation on the talking point. We are trying to understand coalition governments and look at parts of the world where these governments have operated successfully. My guest for this hour are Lulu White. She's the chairperson of Election Management Consulting Agency of Africa. Pranesh Desai, he's a senior data analyst at Good Governance Africa, and Professor William Gumede, who is the executive chairperson of the Democracy Works Foundation. So, Pranesh, I want to come to you. When we look at what has made coalition governments elsewhere in the world really be able to succeed, is the ability to almost put aside manifestos that are championed during election campaigns and really, almost compromise that interest, that I don't know if I can say if it's narrow self-interest on the part of individuals or parties that they're representing, but to really set that aside for whatever else may arise or come out of the coalition.
Yeah, so coalitions are a negotiation process, just as, every single person at some point during the day has a negotiation process. You'll have to give in on some points and you'll have to, stand your ground on other points. So it's quite important that our political culture evolves into, a set where we can actually create the room for political parties, for voters, for citizens more generally, to be a part of a democracy wherein compromise is seen as a everyday give and take. And there will be times when, certain political parties might have to abandon long-standing principles of theirs simply for the sake of stable governance, whether it's a municipality or in a province, and potentially at the national level. There will, however, be other times when certain policy planks are seen as so sacrosanct that they can't be abandoned. And so it's then up to coalition partners whether they'll be willing to acknowledge the fact that certain, provisions are simply not going to be abandoned by any party. To take one example, some parties are really committed to the idea of non-racialism in the constitution. We are seeing the rise of more populist parties in South Africa. They haven't grown too much yet, but they will start to grow more and more over time if, current despondency trends continue. And so it's quite important for parties that are committed to the Constitution in this setting to be very clear that one thing that they will not compromise on is the sanctity of the Constitution as it concerns principles like non-racialism, principles like public accountability, transparency, responsiveness. And, that's something that citizens should, if they believe in the constitutional framework, encourage parties to keep sacrosanct.
Does that mean that coalitions by form then are largely short-term agreements and that they have a short-term view? Because, if I'm not going to be able to implement my manifesto, I have to make compromises so that I can be in on the deal right now. And I'm not really sure if I'm going to come back after the next 5 years. So how does one begin to build over the long term when so many of the variables are fixed to 5 years, but even that is not quite fixed? If things fall apart, then it all ends.
Yeah, so the unfortunate thing about politics is that a lot of things are just short-term considerations. A lot of it is just to see that whether your party can survive into the next year or 5 years or whatever it is to the next election. However, citizens who are interested in the governance portion of politics, i.e. politics is meant to promote governance, or at least effective governance, ideally, there does need to be this encouragement of the fact that coalitions specifically cannot be seen as a short-term thing. We should be investigating whether, as Professor Gumede suggested at the beginning, we should extend the period in which we have to elect a president or mayor, whatever it is, after the election results have been declared. Is there scope to do that? Are there mechanisms which would require us, if we do proceed with that change in legislation, that would require us to, find new provisions for having interim holders of those positions or whatever it is. So these are the sorts of things South Africa is at the critical point where it needs to start investigating. It does need to start looking at best practices elsewhere. But more importantly, it also requires a conscious shift in culture from political parties and citizens alike to get to a more productive point, because currently it's not proceeding in a particularly productive way in the 2 days since the election results have been announced either.
Professor Gumede, you had, of course, the opportunity of being part of the process with the multi-party charter and really getting those parties to agree on some kind of framework. What would you say was one of the more difficult things of trying to get that group of 7 that is very diverse, in some instances, don't necessarily agree on many things, but what would you say was one of the most difficult things of trying to get them then to be on the same page around what a coalition scenario then would look like for them?
Thank you for that. First, just to say that, coalitions around the world, there's about 40% of all governments around the world are coalitions. And secondly, and so apologies again for my voice after the flu. In Africa, for the last 150 years, since Liberia became independent in the 1816s, coalition governance has been the best model. Has been a better model to deliver peace and development than any other model. So one-party models have been an absolute failure. The liberation movement has been a total failure in government. So too, one-party states, one-leader states and military leaders. And in many countries, coalitions last very long. I mean, in Brazil, for example, they have had uninterrupted, since the late 1950s, all of their governments have been coalitions. So the great economic miracle of Brazil in the 90s and the late 80s came on the back of coalitions. So coalitions as a model of government has been one of the most successful models, both in developing countries and also in developed countries. I mean, the German economic miracle after the Second World War, when they came out of that war, they have had all of their governments except one government from 1945 has been coalitions. I mean, the same with Japan. We talk about a developmental state, has really much been on social pacts. And so you can see coalitions has been extremely successful, extremely long-term. And often people ask me, well, must the partners be ideologically the same? No, if you look at the success, I mean, back to Brazil, I mean, the current government under Lula da Silva, who's the president, he's the head of the Workers' Party of Brazil, which is a left-wing party. But in their coalition, it's a 10-party coalition, just to repeat, 10-party coalition. In their coalition, they have very far-right parties. You know, they've got Catholic parties that's really on the far right, not progressive. So you can see ideology does not matter in coalition as long as one can get agreement on policies and how to deal with conflicts and so on. I mean, just going back to the multi-party charter, and I was an independent chair. I was not a member of any of the parties, and they asked me to help them cobble together their coalition. There's 11 parties in their coalition. And then there also was the idea of the MPC plus sort of parties that's not in the core, but on the periphery. So if the MPC would have come to government, these parties would be involved in governing. Now, the first thing is to get parties to agree on the kind of policies they want to implement. And, parties are different. If you think with the MPC, you've got a liberal DA on the one hand, and then SANCO, South African National Civic Organization, independent SANCO in the Eastern Cape, they're also part of the MPC. So really on that left, and then the IFP, much more traditionalist conservative. So it's a wide range from the left to the liberal to the conservative. Now, to make this coalitions work, they had to agree on sort of 5-6 policies. I mean, in the case of the MPC, they agreed on between 10, 12 policies. For example, the first thing, the Constitution. In our country, there are a lot of parties that are challenging the Constitution. They don't believe in the Constitution. So it's very important that these sort of fundamental things are agreed upon, because that will guide how leaders in our parties will act. Then the second one is to have beforehand to agree on a conflict resolution mechanism beforehand. All relationships, whether it's intimate relationships, will always have conflicts. You marry someone, there's going to be conflicts. But if you pre-agree how you're going to resolve these conflicts when they come, it makes it so easy. So that is a very, very core. But when you ask me, what's the most difficult? I think perhaps egos. And really, I think the weakness of South Africa's politics is that many political leaders have very, very big egos, and they don't necessarily always have the interest of all of South Africa in their hearts. The interests are often the party interests or their own interests. And I think that's as a country, we'll have to change our political culture so that we can agree as a country and all our political parties and leaders and civil society and ordinary citizens that there are certain things that are above party interests and above ideology, which is in the country's interest, and even above culture and color, but is in the interest of the country. And that is very, very important.
Lulu, I want to stay with this example of Brazil, right? Having a coalition government that is comprised of 10 political parties. In South Africa today, it seems unfathomable. And when one looks at the analysis, it seems to me that the least desirable option and the option that is least canvassed is one where you have a government that is formed out of more than 5 political parties. So if let's say if the ANC only has 40% of the vote, that means that 60% of the vote is sitting now with opposition parties. And so if they truly wanted to bring the ANC out of government, they could, right? But it would take coming together. What do you think is preventing the coming together of political parties in that way, because there very much is. There seems to be a line, in which this thing should go. There doesn't seem to be much canvassing of ideas beyond an ANC marriage with one or two other parties.
Based around ideological lines, and I think somewhat also populism. So I think on the basis of that, people would rather look at whether their political party's ideology is married to the one that they're going to be going into coalition with. I think the only time we saw a departure of that in the previous coalitions is when we saw the EFF partnering with DA in various municipalities, but that also collapsed. And it does make sense that it would collapse because ideologically these political parties are completely different. So on the basis of that, South African politics are still very much ideological, and as a result of that, they are very inwardly focused. They're not focusing on the citizens. They're not focusing on how to build the country. It's more what my party can get out of it. And because of these ideological differences, there's obviously a lack of trust, right? Some of these political parties do not trust each other. And where you're going, you've got nothing if you don't trust each other. There's not a lot of parties. Also, with the current spectrum of parties we're looking at, how many of them are willing to compromise on some of their principles? As a South African standing in, I would say there's something to take from the DA campaign. There's something to take from the PA campaign. There's something to take from the ANC campaign. There's something to take from the MK campaign. So all of these political parties can actually come together essentially and take each point of everything that was interesting throughout the campaign and make it work as a country. But because of the different ideologies, no political party wants to do that because we've seen political parties that attempted to do that. I think with the DA, when DA partnered up with Ahang, what happened to Ahang? We saw that also with the ID. What happened to ID? So there's also those concerns that also come up to say, if I go ahead and I partner with this political party, my party would be swallowed. There's also discussions right now that if the ANC goes ahead and actually gets into a coalition with the DA, will they be able to come back from that in the next election? So there's a lot of, because of these ideological differences, none of these political parties trust each other enough to be able to commit to a coalition and find places where they can compromise to make it work, because most of them are all inwardly focused instead of focusing on the citizens.
Let me bring in some of our listeners into this conversation. We'll kick it off in Cape Town. Kirk, good morning.
Good morning. What an interesting discussion. What an interesting time in the history of South Africa. I am a bit concerned about the mentioning of Brazil's successful coalition governments, not knowing enough about the situation. All I see is the bad press about the continued corruption and ousting of governments in Brazil. So I don't know how stable the environment is. So while they may be working together and forming a government, I'm not sure about the success and the sustainable success of their government. Having said that, I don't doubt that the ANC and the PA and the bigger political players in our political landscape are in a situation where they're going to be forced to make some sort of compromise work. It's going to be very interesting to see how that unveils itself in the next few days, weeks. But while troubled, I don't doubt that hopefully common sense will prevail at the end of this whole situation.
All right, Kirk, thanks for that contribution. I'll give Prof. Gumede an opportunity to respond to you shortly. I'm going to stay in Cape Town. Brian, good morning.
Good morning, Kathy and your guest. Kathy, I just want to return to the working class and what the government of national unity will hold for the working class. In fact, the working class should not be sidetracked by its historical task. And because we've seen, as your earlier guest mentioned, that the government of national unity is virtually a global phenomenon. besides the PT, Brazilian PT, Partido Trabalhadores, which was independent of any of the political parties, the situation in this country is a bit different in that the ANC, the unions here, are all tied to the COSATU unions, all tied to the ANC, the capitalist party. But the best example of the government of national unity that we can learn from is Chile. We see that the government of national unity was formed in Chile and was led by a socialist, Allende, Salvador Allende. And he took on board, and this was his mistake, he took on board all these people who had previously worked with the right-wing capitalist parties, like the González Videla, who led the government prior to that. And they betrayed him, and they betrayed the government of national unity. And as a result, Allende was assassinated. The bourgeoisie prevented the further reforms by the government of national unity, and they assassinated him with the support of the military. Now, we can look at government of national unity throughout the world, basically. I mean, if you look at Germany and Hitler, for example, that so-called Communist Party didn't want to form an alliance with the socialists throughout Germany, and as a result, Hitler came to power. That wasn't the only reason, but it was the main reason. And here, here we find the communists supporting the capitalist party again, the ANC. So it's not going to hold much hope for the working class. The working class will have to continue with its historical task of forming the Mass Workers' Party, or in a party which is independent of any political party.
Okay.
Unlike what we have here. And we see what happened in the 80s when the union, which was a predecessor of COSATU, was FOSATU, which was led by Joe Foster. When he didn't want to form an alliance with the ANC and the Stalinist party, the SACP, they put so much pressure that entire union collapsed. So the working class has got an historical task to build the local unity of all workers, independent of parties, and also form a mass workers' party.
All right.
Forming the international, you know.
Brian, we're going to have to leave it there. Thanks for that. Thanks for that contribution. And I do think that what Brian is saying is important, because it is very much linked to what the likes of COSATU, the SACP, and I would say other forces outside of the tripartite alliance have been speaking about, that there's still very much a need for transformation in this country. So how do you then bring in a transformation agenda when you have such competing ideological views, especially in who, again, it seems the ANC must go into coalition agreements with. Prof. Gumede, let me give you the first opportunity, because you also have a direct question, and please bring into it your concluding remarks.
Yes, I think it will be very important that we put together a government of national unity, which is a different kind of coalition. It's not a normal coalition. It's a coalition which brings together all of South Africa's interests, and which focus also on transformation. So it's not just an exchange of posts and so on, but it has a program for the next 5 years, and things like conflict resolution and so on, and a platform for change, and that's going to be important. So not just an ordinary a coalition, and in such a government of national unity, the ANC will have to split the cabinet halfway between it and its partner. Just in terms of to respond to the question, I mean, there have been many workers' parties have been formed in South Africa, and they've been very unsuccessful. I mean, NUMSA was the last one formed a workers' party, and it did terribly. AMCO launched a Labour Party, also did terribly. So obviously we can, groups can continue putting together this type of worker or labor parties, but clearly the electorate don't want those parties. I mean, they do want centrist, middle of the way parties, and transformation cannot happen. So even if you have a leftist ideology, you cannot do transformation if you have incompetent people, and if you have corruption, and if you have ideological policies. I mean, successful transformation, and many South Africans do not understand that, well, it can only happen. It can almost happen with any ideology as long as there's honesty, competence, and no corruption, and pragmatic policies and partnerships with business or with civil society and professionals to deliver public services.
Thanks for that contribution, Professor William Gumede. And Pranish, let me give you then a chance to go at it. Please keep it short for me. I still have to bring in Lulu before we wrap it up.
Now, I'll be very quick. So I think that the two things that I don't want to emphasize specifically out of this discussion are, the need for conflict resolution mechanisms as part of any agreements. And secondly, the idea that parties should make them publicly available, be as transparent as possible with the voters, with your party members about what you've done. And the last crucial ingredient will be South Africa needs a civil service that is independent largely. This is the one constant theme across successful coalition countries. We have a national framework for the professionalization of the public service. We need to move urgently towards implementing that, because it's very important that citizens get their clean drinking water and their electricity, regardless of whether the president or their mayor is facing a vote of no confidence that day. That's the 3 points I really want to emphasize.
All right, Lulu, you've got the final word. Please keep it as brief for me as possible. Hello, Lulu. All right. It looks like we've lost Lulu White on the line there. I'm so sorry. Not sure what has happened. But that brings us to the end of our conversation on the talking point this morning. Always a pleasure being in your company. We're back again tomorrow between 9 and midday. Up next is the update at noon.
That's 12 o'clock on Tuesday, the 4th of June, 2024. Very warm welcome to Update at Noon here on SAfm. Leading the conversation, I'm Sakina Kamwe.